I haven't hung them up.
Okay, we're live.
Okay.
Live from New York and Michigan. Where are you at right now, Brian?
That's where I'm at.
Michigan. Also Michigan. You ever been to Hale, Michigan?
Yeah, my dad got married there.
So you've
Really?
been to Hale,
when it was frozen, so they got married when hell froze over. Yeah.
Funny. See, that's the next town over from Pinckney, and that's where my dad lives, and my father, and stepmom, and I graduated from high school there. And my best friend that I hung out with all the time lived in Hell.
We got one viewer right now, and it's Kathleen.
Hey, Kat.
Hey, Kathleen.
Hope you get to feeling better. It
Yeah,
sucks having headaches. I know it's got to suck.
Care about Kathleen.
I could put it on my Skype thing. It has like 30 people, maybe too.
There you go. Yeah, I have a Skype. I opened it up back in November, and then I don't remember my password or.
Okay, so welcome to Flat Earth, the Sophism of Globers. So, Felix,
Sophism.
do you and Brian know the definition of Sophism? Because I'm going to read it real quick.
Sophism?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
According to Google, it's a fallacious argument, especially one used to deliberately to deceive.
Oh.
So, don't you think the Globers are the ones being sophistic, if that's a word?
Yeah.
You know, like telling us we're on a spinning ball going through infinite space at 80 gazillion miles an hour. When you call that a fallacious argument, or like an argument that massive ocean waters conform to a curve.
And make tides because the moon gravity pulls them and pushes them.
You know, I'll go public here in front of one viewer and say, I don't know where we live, but I know it ain't a globe.
It ain't a ball. It ain't a potato. It ain't an orange.
I wish somebody would tell me where we live.
Well, I think we can keep on looking.
I wish somebody would prove to me where we live is why I should have said that.
Clear window. Open it up. And there you are.
Yeah. Wherever you are, that's where you are.
Yeah, wherever you are, there you are. Wherever you go, there you are.
Wherever you go, you know when you get there.
And then you're not there anymore after you leave. So anyway, I'm playing a little piano music to relax all two of our viewers right now.
Holy cow, there's a whole three of us.
There's three viewers. We got one thumbs up and 0 thumbs down. So.
Hold on, I'll fix that. Give me a second.
Everybody, like and thumbs up this.
And it does it 2 at a time. You ever notice that? If you click on it, it waits a second and then it bumps it up 2 or bumps it down 2.
I didn't really notice, no.
Watch. I'll undo it if you're watching the page. Give it a second. It'll go down to 1. Maybe not. Usually does it right away.
Here, I'm going to screen share something real quick. Y'all ever seen the this is the actual when you look up like how was gravity discovered. This is one of the articles that comes up, and this part about Newton's kind of interesting here. Let me see if I can figure out how to screen share. We got more.
Yeah. Let me present myself so we don't get sniped.
Oh yeah, I don't want to expose my link, do
Hey, does that work?
It's stuck on you right now.
No. Wait.
Is it on you?
No. I have a delay on my cell phone.
Yeah.
What do you think? Anybody
Not
else?
much.
Well, I can't figure out how to do this without exposing the link, so fuck it. Excuse my language.
I'm used to it.
Anyway, this is the last part here. Newton's apple and blah, blah, blah. Okay, born in 1642, Newton was only in his 40s when he published his hugely influential book, The Philosophy Naturalis Principia Mathematica. Y'all heard of that one, right? Often known as simply the Principia. Testing the theories, emphasis on theories, of astronomer Johannes Kepler, a contemporary of Galileo's, Newton set out 3 laws of motion, which deal with inertia and mechanics, as well as his theory of gravitation. This theory, emphasis on theory, states that every object in the universe attracts every other object in proportion to its mass. This principle, although revised by Einstein and later physicists, still informs scientific thought, mechanical engineering, and astronomy today. So this principle, which is a theory, y'all see the point there?
I don't even know how it even got to be a theory.
Oh, I was screen sharing. I just shared the link. Damn it. Well, if we get sniped, we get sniped.
Right now I'm not getting sniped, but Google's messing. It's gonna boot me, I think, in a second. You know how it does that?
No. I'm on a Google device, so.
It's not telling me how many viewers we have right now. Okay, 4. We got 4 thumbs up. So it's me, you, Felix, and Kathleen. So it's 4.
Now you got
Y'all
enough.
Y'all have a watch page open?
I have my phone open.
Or are you watching the YouTube page though?
I
No. So we actually have another viewer. So Brian, you've been back in Michigan for a while now? You anywhere near Detroit?
I think he fell off.
We lose Brian?
Yeah. Yeah, where's
just trying to,
Michigan?
maybe he'll rejoin.
It's my neighbor, probably.
That's funny though. You and him have both been to hell and back several times, probably.
Oh, yeah. I mean, daily, the school bus stopped there to pick kids up. The same.
Okay, he just typed in chat.
Yeah. All the kids in Hell, Michigan go to Pinckney School District.
Brian said Google dropped me. And he said tip of the mid. Sheboygan.
Sheboygan.
Which is anywhere near Detroit.
No, that's up north. That's up in the top of part of
the Upper Peninsula.
No, it's the upper part of the hand.
Okay. Yeah, I always picture Michigan like an oven mitt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But then there's the Upper Peninsula too.
Yeah, and then you got the Upper Peninsula up there above it, but you got the oven mitt there with the lakes going around it, right?
Yeah.
So have you ever seen across the lake? It's something you shouldn't see because it's curvature. Have you tried it?
Plenty of times, especially like boats. because my mom lives near Lake St. Clair, and I bounce back between my parents a lot. Well, I could go to the end of our street and be on the shores of Lake St. Clair. And I had a telescope when I was a kid, and I used to look at the freighters. You wouldn't be able to see them right away. You'd have to focus the telescope to see them. So to me, boats over the horizon or whatnot, that's really old news. Yeah, a couple of friends and me would go there and watch. We'd take our bikes, and there was a seawall.
Yeah.
On the shoreline of the seawall, the water was maybe about a foot and a half deep. It was like all rocks and stuff. So, and then it turned into grass. But you could see over the seawall.
Never been to Michigan. I haven't really done a whole lot of traveling. So I'd like to do someday.
Yeah, like I could say for both places, after after my parents got divorced, my dad, he split out to the country area, which is now all suburbs, the yuppie kind, they got their big shopping centers and big hills, planted trees and huge parking lots and stuff. That's where it was dirt roads where we used to ride horses and you know what I mean? Oh, that got loud. Where my mom lived, that was dirt roads and newly formed like subdivisions. It was an urban sprawl even in Detroit. So we lived on a dirt road for a long time, and then they paved it. Now it's all yuppieville out there. There's no more places to build in these places.
Yeah.
So every time trees would get cut down, or every time they, break up the land, I'd get upset about it. So yeah, I don't think that this place it's not going to happen where I'm at now.
I know what it's going to do. You mentioned a video about Vincent. We can play that real quick.
Uh-huh.
I haven't seen it. Is it on his YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll find it here.
Now,
Get any more viewers.
I've been to Kentucky a couple of times.
What part?
Paducah.
It's out west, out by Mississippi.
Yep.
I live right in the middle, and I'm right between Lexington and Louisville. If you can picture where that's at.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm on Vinny's channel. Creating CGI satellite test run, OBS and space claim. It's like a 45-minute video.
Is it that long? It didn't seem like it was when it was happening.
Yeah. 5 hours ago and 7 hours ago. So he was actually just having a hangout showing how to do it?
Yeah, basically he just turned it on and presented on his computer, his screen, and he just clicked away and made this model, and then 3D'd it, and it was priceless.
Well, to the point, that's something that people can watch on their own. But we only got 4 viewers right now. I'll put over in chat anyway. If nobody shows up, we don't have to stay on here. It's up to you, Felix. Now I'm only running the show, I guess. I got the little crown over there. But right now we got Kathleen's trying to rest. And that's about it. And nobody else identified themselves.
Identify ourselves.
The earth is flat. We're living in illusion.
Oh, this flat.
It's flat.
Gosh, that song was stuck in my head for so long. He played that.
Yeah, that Trailer Park Boys song was stuck in my head for 2 days after that sun trekking thing.
You know what I did? I turned on the whole 4 hours of it.
Yeah.
Like I added it to one of my song lists, but I put it on for the whole 4 hours and I just fell asleep.
Diddy, 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 diddy. I was pissed I couldn't participate in that sun tracking. It was cloud cover, solid cloud cover. I couldn't get a shadow at all.
It was today too, and Mike was gonna go set something up and a couple other people, and I was up all night, and this, it got light out and it was just nothing but heavy clouds. I don't even think it even rained. It was just heavy clouds as usual.
I'm gonna check and see if this show is showing up when people do a YouTube search. Because I put Flat Earth in the title, it should show up. But if there's any Globers listening to this or tomorrow or whatever, the title applies to you because it just ain't a globe, man. Not what else to tell you. You got to battle through your cognitive dissonance and open your eyes. The truth shall set you free. I'm not crazy. Felix is here to reinforce I'm not crazy, right?
No, you're not crazy. And what's really startled me maybe in the last maybe 6 years or so, how you could be watching something like a documentary, and they could be talking about bird migration, and they'll say, and this is happening all over the globe.
Mm-hmm.
And I never used to hear people ever say that, ever. It would be, this is a strange phenomenon we're seeing all over the world.
Yep, everything's global, the global economy and the global warning. They attach everything to globe or something.
And the thing is the more they push it, the more people push back.
Mm-hmm.
Just seems that way.
Guess Brian's not going to rejoin us or can't. So right now we've got 4 viewers, and we got Felix in Michigan and Dave in Kentucky, and the earth is flat. It seems to be. It's kind of bumpy. There's like mountains and shit.
Yeah.
You got Mariana Trench. It goes like 9 miles deep, if you believe them. I've never been there. Out in the Pacific, right? And you go from that extreme all the way up to Mount Everest, which they tell us is how high? 35,000 feet, something like that.
Yeah.
So you got those 2 extremes, so you can't call that flat, but y'all get the general idea. It's not a ball. Would you agree with that, Ms. Felix? I am in Michigan.
Yeah, I would. And the thing is that, that it's really remarkable, like how we have all these beautiful land features, and even ones that touch the sky or go to the deepest depths. And this is one of the things that there are places we're just not allowed to go. We can push ourselves to go there, but deepest water, too much pressure. Highest mountain, not enough air.
Yeah, there's a few people that have done it that it was very difficult achievements.
Yes.
I couldn't imagine being 8 miles deep in the ocean.
Yeah, most of the time they just send down, machines, or you know what I'm saying? They sent pressurized machines with cameras to look around in the murk.
I wonder if they probably can't get equipment down there, but What if you started down at that 8 Mile and started drilling from there? I wonder how deep you could get.
I don't know.
But,
Hopefully the oil comes spewing up.
Well, we're not attracting many viewers. I know I'm boring.
And I,
Let's see what I'm gonna do, like a flat Earth video search. If there's anything interesting to recommend anybody. You know of anybody? Me
me?
right now.
Oh,
What's a good one you've seen here lately?
most of my friends list probably. It's just
Of course, there's all these ones about Shaq. You know, what's your opinion on that whole Shaq thing, Felix? If you want to say.
Yeah, I was talking with Dan about that. Okay, first of all, you look at him in the interview and how he's sinning, and I think he was being a smart aleck.
You talking about the first interview when he said he was flat?
Yeah, he was being a smart aleck.
So he was trolling.
Yeah.
He's projecting to the world that he was just trolling us, right?
Yeah, he was being a smart aleck, and I think that, it's because it was kind of, he had to come out and, you know what I mean? Because, Carrie was getting a lot of attention because of it. And here, he's getting ready to release his statue, and he's extremely rich. He owns teams and all kinds of stuff, I mean, he's been in this marketing for a long time, his brand, so for him to suddenly become a scientist or anything like that when he's been a marketer and entertainer, since retiring, or even before that, jerseys with his names, shoes, things, kind of like Jordan. But I mean, I think, I don't know, Kyrie talking about it, that seems a little bit more logical.
I haven't seen anything further from him. I mean, he's not like stepping out and twittering about it every day or nothing like that, though, right?
Yeah, he might have gotten told to shut up.
Yeah, possibly.
Or he's a squirrel.
But my take on it, whether you're a famous person or not, I mean, it'd be great if a famous person opens their eyes and sees that we got lied to and tries to help us call people on it, which is basically what we're doing, right?
Yeah. But
So,
like when you were looking up the Newton's laws of motion, so much of academia and everything relies on theories. We know there's facts, okay? We know if you cut a tree down and, you plane it and, you cut it to a certain size. Yes, that's not a theory. That's a practice.
right.
So a lot of academia is always working on theory, not practice, not application. So there's a lot of things that aren't applied. Now, there are theories that are applied, electrical theories and stuff and so on, but we're not even putting out true electrical engineers anymore. They're always building up off of theories of things somebody else has already put forth. It's almost as though there's no more new ideas. And
nothing new under the sun.
yeah, but there is. And even though it's not a new thing under the sun, it's the truth. Okay, because even if you look at religion, a lot of people, well, I don't really believe in the Bible. You would always hear people say, because it doesn't seem very scientific, or these are just stories, or you know what I'm saying? So I think scientism, or what a lot of alternative thinkers have been calling it, like, for example, Robert Oteo, science, like PSYENCE, science, because even he's been able to break a lot of these those mistakes. If somebody makes a mistake and turns it into a theory, and everybody's still following this mistaken theory, it takes a lot of,
Political hillbilly's in the chat. He said he just woke up.
Hey, good morning.
Well, hillbilly, I'm not sure how long. I just had this up for like an hour or so, just feeling a little air. And while I'm thinking about it, I want to shout out to Pete. I haven't talked to him in a few days. I hope he's well. I understand he's taking a break. I don't know what's going on, but peace to you, brother.
Yeah.
In case he watches this, just want to say that. But good morning, hillbilly. Like I say, this will probably be running another 20 minutes or so.
Sure, come on.
It's up to you. We got 4 viewers, so we're just talking about the sophism of Globers. Since Timmy likes to use that word, I'm turning around on him, because sophism is a fallacious argument often used to deceive, or something like that. I read the definition earlier, right? A fallacious argument, especially one used deliberately to deceive.
Now, what part of that word does it come? Sophism? Does it come from like philosoph?
It doesn't give me all that. I just got the Google definition here.
Yeah, break that word "self," because then you've got your Sophia,
philosophy,
insolf, and all kinds of things. Yeah, there's all kinds of softs, SOPHs. I have to go find the big dictionary. I think I might have something on it.
But to hillbilly, I'm not getting as many viewers as you do, buddy. Which is 2:30 in the morning, and I haven't done one of these in 6 months. So. We had Brian on here a minute ago. We lost his connection. I guess he wasn't able to get back.
So having trouble with the Googles.
There's 5 people watching now. We still don't have any thumbs down. Let's hope at least get one troll or something.
Wait, let me hover. Let's make sure this is really hillbilly.
Yeah. Is that really you, hillbilly? He says that is the best they got. Accuse you of exactly what they are doing. Yeah. The fallacious arguments. Just prove the globe. I just ask somebody to do 3 things. NASA, I challenge you. Everybody NASA's listening. Fly around your ball north to south and document the whole trip. I'll shut up. Why don't they do that? Millions of people go east to west every day, right?
That is one of the shortest chapters, or the smallest parts of my several books from broadcasting school was the discussion of satellites, because they just,
maybe if I get my face off the cam, we'll get some more viewers here.
They just didn't cover it.
Yeah.
You muted.
Wrong button. Shit.
I unmuted you. Did you mute yourself?
I hit the wrong button. I was trying to turn my cam off. There we go. We'll probably get some more viewers if I turn my cam off. Forgot I had it on. Hillbilly
got my
says
because
raccoon. It's
I'm
about
in my
feeding
cozy.
time for the raccoons for hillbilly.
I'm in
Crawling.
my cozy spot, so I have my camera turned off. Raccoons. Boy, my Jack Russell does not like them. Raccoon. Them's fighting words. He got in a fight with one. Oh, it clawed him really bad. Oh, hillbilly, be careful. Here in Michigan, I know you're down south of me a bit. There's been a problem with distemper that raccoons have been infected with a form of distemper, like dogs do. So if any of them are sick or lackadaisical,
And I'm sure he's being careful with that. Wild
yeah,
animals. Anytime you're dealing with wild animals, you run that risk.
yeah. And I found that out because I don't want to discharge a firearm here in the city limits. So
He says
shooting this
we get the
dog.
same. Are you reading the chat too? Hillbilly says we
Yeah.
get the same amount of viewers. I get 4 viewers and 46 trolls.
So yeah, instead of discharging the firearm in the city, I called the police department, and the chief came over, and he took care of it, and bagged it. We took off with Jake to the vet because he was pretty scratched up, but he nearly this little Jack Russell nearly destroyed this. It wouldn't have lived. You know what I mean?
So the Jack Russell tore up the raccoon.
Yeah.
Oh wow! You'd expect the opposite of that. I figured a raccoon could take a small dog.
Yeah. So it was probably weak to start with, but yeah, it was like about 12:30 in the afternoon. This thing's walking around the yard. It was out earlier in the morning, but you'd think that it would go back to its tree or wherever it came from, but it's still out roaming around. And we didn't know, so Dave let him out and they got in a fight, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it actually dug a big hole out of the sugar maple. We had to trim a huge branch. I want to say branch, but you got the trunk and then you got the other trunks that come off of it. It was starting to go into the main trunk, digging down in there.
Yeah. Hillbilly says his cats rule over the raccoons. So I guess the
Yeah,
raccoons are scared of the cats.
yeah, it's a matter of body language. Now we haven't had any raccoons since we've had Ava, and she goes to various parts of the yard to take her dumps.
Hillbilly's getting a
But
cup of coffee. He might join here in a little bit. So
okay.
I'll keep this running for another 15, 20 minutes. I mean, you got controls. I can let it play as long as you want to stay up, Felix. I mean, it don't matter to me.
Well, I like to talk with somebody. I'm not really good talking on my own.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. I mean, if Hillbilly joins, I'm saying
Oh,
I'll be
sure.
up. I'll be up for another 15 or 20 here. I usually
Yeah.
go to bed around 3 when I go,
Get through.
somewhere in that neighborhood. You get to be my age, bedtime comes, you know it, and you go to bed,
I'll talk to
especially
you.
when you go to work.
I'll tuck you in.
I was just saying, even when I leave, if there's people on here talking and want to keep it going, it's fine. We'll see. But the other two things, I said I want Glover to show me three things. One thing is the north to south going around the ball, documented the whole trip. Stop and get gas as many times as you want to. I don't care. Just start wherever and start going south, go all the way around the ball, and come back to the same point. I'll shut up.
I said
Show me
that
a
too.
large body of water that conforms to a curve in a real picture, And what's the third one? Some curvature, right? Would you agree with those three, Felix, basically?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And there, I got into a discussion with somebody, and they said they have done it. They have gone around. No, they
No, they
went
haven't.
from a northern post below the dew line
Yeah,
and flew to the American military base, and flew back up there again.
right.
Did
They turned
not.
around. They didn't go all the way around the ball.
Yes, they turned around.
Yes. They reverse direction. What we're talking about is going one direction the whole time. Go across the freaking pole. You know, just go
Right.
beside it. I don't care. You don't have to be right above the pole. Just go beside it and go all the way around the ball. Then come back up where you were. They can't do it because it's not a ball.
I want to see somebody do it all the way from east and west and prove it's a ball.
Well, it's impossible to do that from east to west because we know that can happen, right? I mean,
Well, no, they have to prove it's a ball while they're doing it.
yeah, I mean, how are they going to do that? Like, uh, in general, to prove a ball, like the lines of latitude
Right.
would be equal in the southern hemisphere as opposed to the northern hemisphere, right? So if you took two planes, say at 30 degrees latitude in the north,
Exactly.
and put another one at 30 degrees latitude in the south,
Exactly.
and then show them both going around the ball east to west.
Exactly.
Yes, that's one way they could do it.
Uh-huh.
1 inch of measurable curvature, like Hillbilly says. So a real picture of the water sticking to this ball in space, curvature, and doing the north to south thing. Those are the three things that I'm hung up on. I can't get past.
And here's another thing that I'm hung up on that I can't get past. Whatever they got flying up there that they call the ISS above the
Yeah,
clouds.
I know what that really is. Yeah.
Okay. Now it's taking pictures of the clouds. Okay. Most of the time.
Right.
Very rarely is there a break. Now, if the sun makes the moon shine, what on earth? Oh, what off of Earth? How bright is the Earth? So if they were actually on the moon and took a picture of the Earth, it would be huge, for one thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Number
It pick up the
two,
whole camera.
extremely bright because it is covered with water. Water is more reflective than dust or dirt, like they said the moon is made out of. You
Yeah,
got me on.
Hillbilly said gravity. I just read the definition for gravity earlier. I'm off of it now, but it's pretty funny how the word
Yeah,
theory was in the paragraph about 5 times. The
yeah.
theory of Mr. Newton was bodies attract each other, and this theory is used to
And then
further
we can get
scientific
really weird.
research today and shit like that.
And then we can get really weird and conspiratard. Was Newton even a person?
Yeah, it could have
Was
not
he
even existed.
right? Was he a corporation? You know, like Edison, right? He had a lot of people working for him, right? Edison did invent things, but he had a lot of people to help him with other stuff, right?
Yeah, Hillbilly said if they claim gravity to be a fact, prove it after 500 years. I don't think it's too much to ask. Well, like P. Mars had that little current version of the two lead ball things. He was showing a video saying that,
Really?
that showing gravity, whatever. Who knows what the fuck that is? You know, who knows this electromagnetic energy that's all around us? You
Yeah.
know, how can they pinpoint to say that these massive bodies are attracting each other? It just doesn't make any sense. It
I
doesn't make any
subscribe
sense at
to
all.
a YouTube channel where people do experiments with perpetual motion machines.
Yeah,
That's a real fun one to watch.
yeah.
Yes, the Cavendish test. And then it's another
Two lead
thing.
balls in the shed, right? Yeah. Hung 2 lead balls in a shed and said, "Okay, there's the earth. There's the gravity." There it is.
You laugh really, really hard. And then what is that other one? That pendulum. Okay, that
Foucault's pendulum, yeah.
absolutely no sense at all. No sense.
No. Any pendulum swing, it could be caused by any kind of
Seismic activity?
any kind of something or other going on in the ether or whatever, for
A
lack
heavy
of a
truck
better
driving
word,
down the street. Yeah, a heavy truck
the
driving.
electromagnetic energy that's all around,
A heavy truck driving down the street. Little seismic activity here and there. Wind.
Well, the research, I haven't done deep research on that because I believe that other people have on, to an extent, but those pendulums, they never swing the right, it never shows uniform motion from what I gathered. You agree with that? It never shows what it should be showing, that if the earth was in motion, it would be in a uniform movement. It wouldn't go different directions.
Unless they want to use the wobble as an excuse.
Whatever. But
they're 666 degrees of something.
When you really think about it, if there's 7 billion people on this earth and 90% of them believe they're on a spinning ball, what does that say about the human race, really?
Yeah, that would be really interesting to, like, go to like some people who are like, on the fringes, like who haven't been indoctrinated by the Western education systems, and ask them.
Right, I'm sure there's plenty of like remote tribes and stuff in Africa.
South America, Australia. Ask an Australian, a real one.
And probably most of them had never even really thought about it. They just go on with what they're doing.
Ask an Eskimo who hasn't been indoctrinated. So, yeah, maybe that's something that can look into, is what other cosmology.
And we got 7 people watching and 7 thumbs up.
Woo!
Still no trolls yet. I know I made it on YouTube when I started getting trolled. I haven't even seen David Quintana hadn't even made a name of me with my icon or nothing. Troll people with.
I think I've showed up in a couple of videos that people trolled up, but it wasn't really anything. It was mostly stuff.
Dave Hawaii is checking in from Hawaii.
No, Dave.
He says it's flat. Well, I just explained, Dave, that we go all the way from the Mariana Trench, which is allegedly 8 miles deep on the right, all the way to Mount Everest. It touches the sky at 35,000 something feet to my right. I'm close anyway. So we got the 2 extremes. We got a generally level stationary plane. He says check.
Check.
The link's in the hangout boxes if you want to get on here, Dave. Trolling, trolling, trolling. Keep those trolls at trolling. Globe Earth.
I was trying to find something, and why can't I?
You gonna present something?
Yeah. No, just didn't. There it is. Got it. I'm gonna play Vinny Bot with Dave, but it's gonna take me a minute because they switched all of my icons around. The little the emojis.
Yeah.
So like they're all like confused. They're out of order from each other. So I still like know exactly where to find them. Like,
Yeah, they did it to me too. They created like 4 more whole fields of them. How's he doing that little check mark thing? I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, that's somewhere in there too, someplace.
But like I said, I just opened this up just to hang out for a little while. I'll be going to bed here soon. If anybody else wants to join, talk
It's
to
that
Felix.
music. It's that music. It's too sleepy.
Is it too loud?
No, I was just saying it's making you sleepy.
I'm just playing a little piano here.
Yeah.
Hope y'all enjoying it. It's like we should be reading a bedtime story or something.
Oh, yeah. I might have.
But the earth is flat. We live in an illusion. Earth is flat.
Oh, I gotta get the lyrics to those.
I like Chris's new song too. Wish you would step off that globe, my friend.
Step outside that globe.
Big Boys Boxing says, whoops, wrong room. Well, welcome, Big Boys Boxing.
Okay, woo. I got it.
This is a small group of like-minded individuals that do not believe the globe lie. In case you want to research that, Big Boys Boxing. Or you can go on thinking you live on a spinning globe in space, going a gazillion miles an hour through an infinite universe. Whatever you want to believe, go for it. I'm just saying. He says no thanks.
Well, you never know what you'll find out.
Research it, man. Prove it to yourself.
It
don't matter to me.
Okay.
It doesn't matter that people lied to you for 500 years at least.
It
is what it is. Okay. Enjoy the ride on the spinning globe, buddy.
Okay.
Peace.
At least he's honest.
Peace be with you.
Whoops, it showed up.
Treat your fellow man as you would like to be treated. That's all we need to worry about, right?
Yep. He's very respectful. Whoops, I'm in the wrong place. Didn't even act like a jerk.
Yeah, I thought I was getting my first troll, and it turned out to be a respectful guy.
Well, Dave, I see.
We've now got 10 viewers thanks to Felix, and we got our first thumbs down. Yes.
He thumbed us down.
I don't know. Somebody did. I'm not saying anybody did. We just got 7 thumbs up and 1 thumbs down. And I don't give a shit about any of them. So. You know that song by Dolly Parton, Jolene, Felix? You can sing better than I can.
Yeah, I know it, but I'd
look
have
at
to
the chat there and
sing along. Yeah, I have to sing along with something like that because, like, I don't remember all the words. I used to.
Glow bling, glow bling. Try not to use pseudoscience if you can.
Bling, glow bling. Don't you take my curves away from me.
Are you reading the chat? He'll really put lyrics out there for you.
Okay. Yeah, I probably have to hear the melody of the song for a little while. I didn't listen to Dolly in a long time.
That's interesting that random guy that just stumbled across this says he don't matter to him. But there's so many people out there that have that same attitude, you know?
Yeah.
And
They probably know that they've been lied to, but the thing is like a lot of people, like even that I know, they're kind of like more concerned like with like life and things like that, and they really don't go looking for rabbit holes or chasing rabbits. So they kind of might look at it as another one of those types of things that might keep them up. They don't want to be caught up. But even so, if somebody doesn't really care, like what the shape of the planet is or anything like that, they should really be caring about their environment.
I mean, they should care that
Should be
somebody
looking up.
lied to us about this whole, and you think about the indoctrination, the globe in the classroom, and all that shit.
Yeah.
Hillbilly's putting more lyrics out there if you want to sing them.
Okay. I might have to. I'll just start writing them down, and then maybe I can find it on a karaoke. Yeah. And maybe like slow it down. I find with a lot of the karaoke, sometimes they move too fast. Like the song
You
is
slow them down,
yeah, the tempo of the song's faster, or they're playing it in a different key. Instead of D, they're playing it in A or something. It's like being up on stage at the karaoke like a deer in headlights. The song isn't in this key.
Okay, it's now 3:03 a.m. here in Kentucky. I'm gonna call about a 10-minute window here where I'm gonna go to bed. So
Well, I
Phyllis
don't.
not gonna talk to herself. So
Hillbilly's writing these lyrics, and I got an envelope. I need to find a pen. Oh God, Lord heaven.
just screenshot the chat, save it on a little thing on your computer.
Now, if I only knew how to do that on this thing.
You don't have to do a screenshot.
None on my computer. It's kind of new and everything. And I know there's like a couple of buttons I can press, but I have to go get the manual for it. Because at the top of mine, I don't like have all the F's or anything like that. There's like a bunch of symbols for things that you can do.
Okay.
Go back, reload. Some other thing with an arrow. I don't know. I think that's a camera. I don't know what all they mean. It's all these operating systems. I was so used to, XP. Windows 7 ran beautifully. The one I had, the screen broke on my laptop, and I just wasn't even on the internet for 4 years. I hadn't even touched a computer really. And then Dave got this Windows 10 thing, and it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I've got Windows 10. He's going out for his smoke. He says maybe he'll join in here a few minutes.
I can't even figure out how to upload videos into it. I actually hooked up the USB with my camera onto it, right? And my Windows 7 would take it. Now this thing's got way more RAM than my Windows 7 did. You know what it did? It froze up at 85%. And my camera holds discs, and it kept the disc spinning inside of the camera, and it wore a little trench into the disc, and it ruined one of the masters from it was the day after 12/21 or whatever. It was the day after, and the name of the show was called Welcome to the Afterlife. And it was a really good show, and it hung up, I'd say probably about the last 20 minutes of it is gone. I put it in my DVD player. I pulled it out of the camera. I stuck it into the tray on the computer. I would be damned, it damaged the disc. And then Windows 10 doesn't, take the language from the other cameras, so you have to convert all the files. And then here's another thing it does. You want to go on Google, it starts throwing a bunch of add-ons and
you gotta
these
click them
other
off. It does that to me.
and then you got to go buy a freaking, spyware thing, a malware remover.
Yeah.
And that thing's got to be running in the background or at your startup or something constantly. And it's like, why? Like, this can't be easy. So
I know.
I went for easy. Now, I don't have the storage in here or whatever that I need. Yeah, it goes to a cloud. But, at the same time, it's just easy to wipe everything off of it. And, yeah, it's my account. So
When they talk about storing stuff in the cloud, that kind of messes with me, because where the hell is this cloud and what is it?
exactly. That's why I turn off all that stuff, because if you take pictures and your camera wants to, load it up into a cloud, and you turn that off, don't the Windows 7, I can put an exterior monitor onto it and load things into it and play with it and do everything I want with it. So
Now we got a new person in the chat. I can't pronounce the name though. See if you can. Yuki Palki.
Yuki Palki. Aw, that's a nice thing.
Welcome to Flat Earth, the Sophism of Globers. Starring Felix Sayum from Michigan.
Ta-da!
We've got a coon feeding going on at Hillbillies right now. And a little octopus from Dave, Hawaii.
Coon feeding?
Coon feeding. The links in the Skype, Hillbilly. Or let me put it in you're on that Skype that we have, that one that's like 30 people on, right?
Yeah, the one in Hangout.
I'll send it to his personal Skype too. Make sure he gets it. All right, I'm going to send it to your Skype. It's the wrong link. Shit. And here's Felix to play the piano for a few seconds. She's doing pretty good.
Yeah, thank you.
I got the link.
I heard it.
Okay, I was going to send it to you.
Yeah. All right. Let me go get my.
What's going on?
Not much. I bet you if anything like the last couple of days, all I have to do is get set up out there, throw some food in the bowl, and them raccoons will be there in less than 2 minutes.
I just shared controls with you because I'm not going to be on here much longer. I understand if you just want to start your own here in a little while, it's up to you. Whatever you want to do.
If you're going to go away and people want a place to hang out, I'll start one up, but I'd rather it be my own in case I want to shut it down. I can't shut yours down.
I just shared controls with you. So you can't, even though you got control, you can't turn this off.
No, if I got controls, I still can't end it for you.
All we can do is.
Well, I could by booting you out, and then it would end in 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Boot a man out, just don't hang out. Don't that sound like a troll?
Hanging out on deck. Fell asleep, we sniped him.
Yeah, y'all just do it that way. don't know. I got home from work and had a couple hours to kill. I thought I'd throw one up here and let people have a place to talk or whatever. You know, I said my little piece about the flat earth sophism. I guess, you know, getting fed up with all their arguments and all their bullshit, you know. Just show me some proof. Prove this spinning globe. Are we gonna watch the raccoons here?
Yeah, let me go get my coffee, get my coat on, and get my cigars, and I'll feed them. And I bet they're coming within 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. Be right back.
That'll get us some viewers, some raccoons.
Ooh, I'm gonna go over there and paint.
My house looks worse than that. I got like a 1970 something house I haven't done shit to.
Yeah. There's stuff that needs to be done around here because it's outdated. It was remodeled in the late 60s. So.
Equal Palky said goodnight to you too, Felix. I don't know if you're watching chat or not. Always two sides to a story. I'm not sure what they relates to.
There's a kitty. Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
There's a cat. Oh, it's like a limping cat.
Meow. Here, kitty.
Meow.
To coffee.
Meow. Meow.
Aw. He knows it's coming. Or she.
Yeah.
Very that cute little friend. Oh, here comes more.
That's the same cat.
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Shout out to 72nd Human in the chat. Ivan, right? What's up, man?
Here they come.
Come on. Come on. All right. You guys still hear me?
Yes, those are some interesting CGI cats you have there.
Don't tell nobody they're Photoshop, but they got to be. But they got to be.
The black one's stone cold munching.
Somebody dropped that one off a couple months ago. Dropped it off with a broken leg.
Aw.
Poor little thing.
Won't let me get near her to try to set it or not. Now it's got to be healed wrong. After a day or so, all day long, she'll limp on it at the end of the night. Then in the morning, she seems to be fine. By the end of the night, she's limping on it again.
Hop along kitty, huh?
Yep. Got a one-eye cat around here, too, if you happen to see a black and white one. It's only got one eye.
You ever heard of Haywood Banks?
Name sounds familiar.
Comedian. He had a song called "The One I Love." The song's about him he's got a girl with just one eye. You know, she's the one I love. She's the one I love. I'd have to let him do it, but it's reminded me of that guy. But I appreciate you joining up here, Scott. You mind if I call you Scott or Hillbilly, whatever?
No, I don't care. I answered anything, even idiot here lately.
We were just chilling here talking about the lack of curvature and shit like that. We got 70-second humans out in the chat. I've seen him around before. Shout out to him. I don't know if you met him or not, Hillbilly.
Yeah. There were 76 humans or something like that. Yeah.
72nd.
He's out in California, I believe, if I remember right. I'm trying to remember where he's at.
I'm pretty sure I've seen the name in my chat before.
Yeah. They look a good guy. His name's Ivan, I believe. Type I'm wrong if I'm wrong, Ivan. Oh, we got our first troll. He made up a name with Hillbilly's name in it.
Cool. Cool. Do not disappoint, trolls. Do not disappoint. Although I can't see text right now, so you go ahead and take your sniper.
Hillbilly's non-existent scale model of eclipse is the name of the channel.
Oh, it's gotta be Slice Arcane then.
It says, am I in the right place to see Hillbilly weigh his wrench live? No, you are not.
It gotta be Slice Arcane. Note that Slice Arcane. Slice Arcane put out a flat earth challenge. I was the very first one to put an entry in it, and the bitch boy had to run from the entry.
Not gonna be wrench weighing here, Mr. Sly, or whoever you are.
Slice Arcane, yeah, he's a true idiot. Can't be taken serious.
Well, whoever typed that didn't say anything disrespectful, but you used a disrespectful channel name, so you are the weakest link. Goodbye.
You are the weakest link. Note, I'm still waiting on Slice Arcane to do an eclipse debunking video because the first one don't count, buddy. You lied. You lied, motherfucker.
Hey, we got Ace McLeod in the chat. What's up, Ace? And I'll get you a link if you want one.
He said, "Oh, I wish I could watch, but I'm half slumbered."
He's going to sleep. Yeah.
He'd always listen. I'll lull you off to sleep with my piano. Dave's piano music. I'm playing.
And we got Nathan Oakley in the chat. Y'all ever heard of him?
Have I heard
his first day on Flat Earth?
Nathan Oakley. Yes, welcome to Flat Earth, Nathan Oakley. Can you tell us how you found out about it?
I was walking along one day, see, and I thought I had to pick my foot up over the curvature. And then next thing I know, I tripped myself because there's no curvature to step over.
He said he's just going to listen. He invited the posse. Nathan Oakley says, "Well, is the Earth flat?" No way. It really is, man.
If you
no, it's not flat. From the deepest trenches in the middle of the ocean to the highest peaks of Mount Everest, there's a fluctuation of over 13 miles of elevation change. So it's not flat by any means. But with 72% of the Earth's surface being water, and water's flat, by all means, Earth is 72% flat.
Nathan, how do I get you a link, man, if you want to join? I'm getting ready to go to bed. So I'm going to leave Felix and Hillbilly in control.
It don't look like the raccoons are going to show up on time today, does it? Normally they're here by now, but normally I don't have this much light on either.
They had some important raccoon things to take care of, Hillbilly. They'll be alone. Ace says post a link in Discord. I'm part of that. I could do that.
I haven't fired it up in a couple of days. It's been knocking my audio out. If I have Discord and Skype and a Hangout going, once I flip over from stereo mix back to microphone in the Hangout, I lose audio.
You haven't messed with mine much yet, but
have you been in audio over there and audio over here at the same time?
No, I haven't tried that.
That will mess your drivers up in a heartbeat.
I just posted over there at Discord if anybody wants to. I don't know. How do you tell who's there? I don't even know.
Anybody with green besides their name, the green dots, they're active right now.
Okay. There's several people over there. So. We'll see. Like I say, I'm not going to hang too long. I got to work tomorrow. But. Nathan says, why do I switch between stereo, mix, and mic? What does that mean, Scott?
Stereo, that's so I can play YouTube videos and you guys hear the audio just as good as I hear the audio.
Oh.
So am I screwing something up right now, though?
Well, no,
something
right?
wrong setting?
No, we can hear you all right, but we can hear the background music, but it's not clear. It's not clear like it's clear for you.
Oh, okay. Is it bugging anybody? I can turn it off. It's on my tablet. I've got my tablet laying beside me playing piano music.
You can get a program called Voice Meter to where you can play both at the same time. But it's somewhat of a resource hog. It'll sit there and run in the background, use 7% of CPU constantly. I mean, constantly.
But we got like 15 people watching right now, so y'all lay some knowledge on them.
We're growing.
If you build it, they will come.
That's right.
See, there she's limping.
So I'll just turn off the piano music if it ain't sounding right.
Yeah, raccoons ain't gonna show up yet. They ain't used this much light though, neither.
That cat got its fill, it's out of there. It's like, I guess Nathan's just getting up over in England, assuming he's in the UK.
Yep.
Like 9 o'clock in the morning for him, something like that.
5 hours in front of us.
8:30 in the morning then.
He's probably up with that chubby cheek little angel.
Oh, Ace wants the piano back now. Y'all miss the piano?
Ain't you far enough west where you're in Western or Central time zone?
Right now I'm at 3:24 a.m. I'm on Eastern right now.
Eastern, yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. I used to, when I was a kid and did drink, I loved the idea. I lived so close to the timeline. Turn 230 here, just jump in your car, go 8 miles down the road, cross the state line, and it's only 1:30. Hitting their bar up for an hour or two.
That's what happened to me last September in the sun tracking. I had to try to find a clearing where I could actually like see a horizon because like there's a lot of farms, like, there's just trees everywhere, you know. There's so many acres. It's like bam, you know, woods again. So I end up like changing time zones.
That's the king of the roost right there. He is the tomcat.
He's a big one.
Oh yeah. While he lost weight over the winter, he was monstrous last fall. On Peepers. Call him Peepers because when he was a little kitten as a stray, he would jump up on the back storm door, you know, over the metal panel and peep in the window. You turn around and look at him, and he would lower his head. You turn back around, watch TV, and next thing you know, you can see him slide right back up. He's playing peekaboo, so we call him Peepers.
Okay, here before I go to bed, I'm going to throw a couple of trivia questions out there. Give the chat a chance to answer first. Okay, you guys answer last. I'm looking for the distance between Mars and Neptune in miles or light years or whatever you want to call it. Distance between Mars and Neptune.
What is zero? What is zero? Nothing to
According to
nothing.
the heliocentric theory of Earth and our solar system.
I'm going to guess 175 million miles.
I would
It's a lot harder than.
We haven't developed technologies yet to measure holograms. Wait, let me get out my calipers.
Dave White guessed 5-minute miles. That's incorrect.
5 minute mile.
Anybody else got a guess of the distance according to the heliocentric smart people? What's the distance between Mars and Neptune when they're at their closest point? I'll clarify that. When their supposedly orbits line up at their closest point, what's that distance?
It's called
72 light years is incorrect.
It's called the apogee state.
It's actually a number of miles, so let's see who gets the closest.
My guess of 175 million wasn't enough miles, right?
Correct.
Let me see if I can find it in a book.
That's the only rule is you can't Google and you can't look up in a book.
Well, we know I'm not Googling. 325 million miles.
Higher. We'll play the closest right.
400 million.
Higher. You'll get in the billions.
Oh, no shit.
Dang, you could buy up some acreage on Mars.
Only if it's fertile ground for herb. You gotta have an Earth 2.0, a planet full of marijuana.
Nathan Oakley guessed 29.7 AU. What's an AU?
Astronomical
units.
Oh.
Now, this is in miles, what I'm looking at, Nathan, if it's correct. It's so many billions. So how many billion? You're way too high.
Who the hell put the odometer on it and drove the trip to find out? Hey, build that superhighway of Mars.
Much lower than 29 billion.
Somebody will have to redo the AC/DC song "Highway to Hell." Highway to Mars. That scared the cat.
That would definitely get you a copyright strike. Those people are just way too famous.
No other guesses from chat? 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is 2.7 billion miles.
So 2.71 billion miles translates to 29.79 astronomical unit.
Okay, we'll say that it does. So Nathan wins the globe.
Oh, wait a second.
Surprise.
Astronomical unit equals lie.
Well, you know, they have to figure out something to measure them holograms.
See if I can find another one here.
Yep, don't look like the raccoon's going to show up. I'm done with my cigar.
Yeah, they'll catch you next time, right?
Yeah, well, I think it's lights being on. They ain't going to come around with this much light on.
They're kind of skittish, I guess. Huh?
Yeah. Oh, they's pretty tame last year, though. Remember, they was even coming into the house.
Oh, no.
You ever seen the videos where I brought them in the house? I got the same policy for them as I do the cats. They want to come in, they can come in. They want to go out, they can go out. It's an open door policy.
Okay, I got one for the quiz.
Go ahead.
the what is the elevation supposed of the quote unquote South Pole?
The elevation of what? You cut out.
South Pole.
The elevation of the South Pole.
200 feet above sea level.
100 feet above sea level.
Sea level.
Well, we know sea's level.
They claim the ice wall's 200 feet tall. I guess
Okay, Chet, we need the elevation of the South Pole according to Google or whoever. Who knows it?
Googling.
You can't Google it.
Nobody answers.
Dee 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 dee.
2,000 feet. 2 miles. How far is a mile?
Back where I can bring chat back up, and now there ain't no hillbilly bots out there. What a shame.
You can answer in meters or feet.
100 feet.
Okay, time's starting to run out. What are we gonna do?
Nathan Oakley gets 2 miles above. Dave Hawaii said 2,000 feet.
2 miles above, that'd be higher than Denver, Colorado.
Well, it could be.
Wait a second. Do I have something else playing or is it somebody else?
How high is Denver, Colorado?
Mile High City.
Mile High. The Mile High
How
City.
many feet is that?
5,280.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Nathan Oakley said 1,650 feet.
Time's running out.
Is he wrong? 1,650 wrong?
According
Now
to
says 16,500 feet.
according to this global National Geographic book, it says 9,300 feet above sea level. Or
9,000. So Nathan Oakley was pretty close. He said 16. Wait a second. The South Pole's 9,000 feet above sea level?
yeah, 9,300 feet, and then we got the or 2,835 meters.
Prove it. Besides for the internet.
According to this book,
We're getting sniped.
Don't believe everything you read.
Are we getting sniped or something?
Snipe. There's only the 3 of us in here, so it'd have to be one of us sniping.
Do I hear anything? Y'all hear something that I don't hear? Or that I do?
I don't hear nothing. Your music.
If I mute, does it stop?
I'm not playing that song, or y'all?
I'm not playing it. I hear it. I just assumed you still was playing it.
I'm not playing it.
You sure you ain't got feedback from your tablet to your computer?
The only thing going on my table is that piano music. Okay, it stopped.
No, I don't hear it.
It's no Billy's computer.
I just went my mic or my onboard fan.
What was that?
His fan. He has fans.
Yeah, I need to get my laptop blowed out again. My fan hangs up when it starts up.
Okay, I'm gonna do one more question and I gotta leave y'all head to the bed.
It's raining. Just started raining.
This let's see here. Find me a good one.
At
Okay.
least I had sun on sun tracking day.
The name of which troubled country in the Horn of Africa is the Greek word for the Red Sea? Name of a troubled country in the Horn of Africa. Don't say it yet, Philip. Don't say it if you know it, Hillbill.
No, I don't know it.
Looking for the troubled country in the Horn of Africa. That is, what did it say?
Would it be Ethiopia by any chance?
Incorrect. Which troubled country in the Horn of Africa is the Greek word for the Red Sea?
No, it's not CERN. Dave High says Somalia. That's over by Ethiopia.
Somalia is incorrect. Just the camera and 100 years of tube for the photos is incorrect. That's what Nathan said. I don't think anybody's going to get this one. This is too hard. I've never even heard of it. So I'll go ahead and give it away. Get down here to the answers. Country in Africa we were looking for to win the globe was...
To win the globe. Well, ain't no wonder why it wasn't trying too hard to win.
Eritrea. Eritrea. Y'all ever heard of that country in Africa?
Eritrea. That's a small place.
Eritrea. That's what we were looking for. So.
Do they?
I appreciate y'all joining me. I'm sorry I have to leave my own hangout here, but I trust y'all. It's in good hands.
I'll read you a bedtime story.
That's fine. I'll be listening in.
Yeah,
Anybody else wants? If you want to, I trust y'all to. You know, if Nathan wants to join or whatever, you say go ahead and send him a link. You know, he said he never heard of that country in Africa either. So Hillbilly, you there, man?
Yeah.
It's up to you and Felix. Y'all keep the ball rolling and do whatever you want to do. I'll be listening for a little while.
All right. You have a good one.
The Earth is not a globe.
Remember, I once knew a man named Dave who was born and raised in a cave. They told him he lived on a globe, and he said that idea has been disposed.
Hey, that's a nice little point. So good night to Nathan and everybody else that joined in.
Night.
Pete's on the plane.
I'll read you a story. I crept out of the house and into the night, and it was all lit up by moon's cheery light. And I sat and I waited, and what could I see? All the nighttime creatures waiting for me. Large yellow eyes could see in the night. At first he gave me quite a fright. "Who's there?" I cried, and I clicked on my light. "Who's there?" the owl hooted as he swooped into flight. Cardboard pages. Did I blink? Could I see tiny glows so bright? At first to my left, and then to my right, and then another way up high. "Who's there?" I wondered. "A firefly." From behind a tree, I could barely see two eyes with dark patches peeking at me. "Who's there?" "A raccoon." He ran up the tree. I think that he was afraid of me. A little black creature with a white striped tail scurried and scampered on the garden trail. "Who's there?" I said. I would not yell. The skunk would spray me, and then I would smell. A furry creature with bright shiny eyes peered out of the bushes and, to my surprise, ran straight towards me, right where I sat. She snuggled and purred. It was Mittens, my cat.
I had a cat named Mittens.
So,
Dave's asleep already. Imagine that.
with
Good.
Mittens. We gotta talk quietly. Don't wake up, Dave.
Don't wake up, Dave.
Don't wake Dave up. He might kick us off.
Yeah. I imagine that story put him to sleep and he's in bed with globes spinning in his head.
I have woke up dizzy before, but I know I wasn't on a spinning ball.
Hey, never give that a thought. What do globelings who have insomnia do? They count
What?
spinning globes.
I thought they counted sheep.
One spinning globe over the equator, two spinning globes over the equator.
3 spinning globes over the equator. It's almost like a counting thing. It's like 1,001, 1,002.
Man, I cut my hand when I was a little kid to where it cut the tendons and a vein in my birdie finger of all fingers. And
Oh,
they had to put me asleep to do the operation to reach way up in my arm and retrieve the tendon and try to tie the tendons back together. And I asked them when they put me asleep, about how long does this take to work? And they said, right about now. That stuff's quick.
I think they when they took my tonsils out when I was 5, I don't know, could have been ether or whatever, laughing gas stuff, and I don't know. I remember laying there, and the nurse goes, "See this Mickey Mouse nose? We're gonna put the Mickey Mouse nose on." And she goes, "And before you know it, you wake up." This is like freaking huge, like gas mask thing. Off I went. I woke up, man. I was like, "Oh, my throat hurts." I did not like Mickey Mouse for the longest time after that.
Yeah.
Oh, then it was worse. I got home. Okay, so they sent me home from the hospital. My mom and dad had some popcorn or something, and I didn't think nothing of it. I don't know, my throat hurt or whatever, but I had a glass of orange juice and I grabbed some popcorn and it stuck in my throat. It was hurt so bad. So I slammed the orange juice down and I choked on it and it came out my nose. It's like orange juice. And then I started laughing and more was coming out. They mess you up. They mess you up. I don't like Mickey Mouse noses. It's the moral of the story.
Moral of the story, don't like Mickey Mouse nose.
Yeah. April of 71, Mickey Mouse nose.
71, you can remember the year, huh?
Yeah.
Funny how stuff like that sticks with you.
Yeah, because like a month later, my mom and stepdad, their house was finished being built. So, yeah. I have a really good memory for when I was a kid. I don't remember what I did 10 minutes ago. You know, it's like walking
Yeah.
into the kitchen and, why am I in the kitchen? I'll actually have a fridge magnet that says, "I do not know why I am here."
Yeah, you shocked me the other day when you told me you was closer to my age than what I thought you was.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it used to be. Like when I was in my 30s, I was always being carded. It was so annoying. My kid's going, Mom, can I have some of this? And she's like, wants a candy bar or something. And the dumb bitch behind the counter is like trying to ID me. I'm like, okay, here's a 9-year-old child asking me for a candy bar, and you're asking me for ID for a damn pack of cigarettes. We walked out of there. Come on, let's leave. And remember me. That's what I told her. I walked right out of the store. Freaking didn't even have my wallet on me. I just had money in my pocket. So that doesn't happen much anymore, thank goodness.
I got carded for quite a few years after I turned of age, but in a small town, you only got to show your ID once and they remember you.
Right. And this just so happened to be like a party store, like, 3/4 of a mile from home. Like they've seen me in there before, you know? Like, why today? Just, it makes you want to roll your eyes.
Yeah.
The last time I was in Colorado, I think, I'm trying to think, I might have been somewhere around Del Norte. And we stopped in to get a couple packs of cigarettes, and Dave stayed in the car, and I ran in, and the guy ID'd me, and my hair was its natural color, and I had tons of gray showing out of it. And I go, why are you IDing me? You saw this gray hair? And he goes, well, you never know. These young gals these days, they dye their hair all kinds of funny colors. So I went back to the car to get my purse and come back in, and he goes, you're from Michigan? I'm like, yeah. Do you think I've traveled far enough to make me run in and out to the car? And he was laughing and he's apologizing, and poor guy.
You up northern Michigan or?
I'm in Southern. I'm right
Southern?
near the Ohio border.
Oh, are you? South of Detroit?
Yeah, Southwest. Yep. I was born there.
In Detroit?
Mm-hmm.
The big D.
Yep.
Yeah. We can't be more than an hour and a half apart from each other then. 2 hours most.
Yep. I'm not far from 127, so.
127's what? Probably 10 miles from me. Goes goes north and south.
And then 23 is to the east of me, probably about 20 minutes.
It runs through an angle on Ohio. Going through Ohio, you can take it from Toledo to Columbus.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man, I had to go pick somebody up in Toledo last year. They had I-75 so ripped up, and they had the exits shut up. They're building a freaking wall around Toledo.
Yeah.
From I-75. What's up with that?
So you probably live just on the interstate side of the state line from Wasion or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, Wasion, Sylvania.
Yeah. My brother-in-law was chief of police up there in Wasion.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like local. That's local. We get a lot of people from Ohio at the grocery store here. And there's a lot of things that happen in Wasion to go do. They have a lot of cool festivals and stuff.
Yeah.
Concerts, fairs. Yeah.
Can't remember what that is up there. Is that Henry County?
Lenawee. I don't know where Wasion is. I'm in Lenawee.
No, I meant Wasion the county on this side of Ohio. Do you know the county name? Is it Henry County?
Not off the top of my head. I just know I have to slow down whenever I cross the border because we drive faster in Michigan and get away with it. I've got a horror story from getting pulled over in Ohio. Your troopers are mean motherfuckers, I'll tell you what. I don't know why there were 3 of them to pull up behind little old me, but
Yeah, I can be. My sister actually lives right in Wasion, not too far from the school there on the edge of downtown, and
uh-huh.
I can be in her. I can be at her house in an hour and 20 minutes.
Okay. So just tack on another half hour, you'll be here. So if we ever want to have a hangout, like a get together for people from Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, we can meet
Uh,
up in Wausau.
Okay. Well, I was going to do one last year at the Neil Armstrong Space Museum.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, on Constitution Day to boot, September 17th. Wouldn't that
Oh,
be
well,
Wouldn't that be funny to just go there, see a bunch of flat earthers get thrown out of Neil Armstrong Space Museum on Constitution Day, the day that says that you have the right to freedom of speech and expression?
I think it's a great idea. I think didn't Martin and Nathan do something like kind of similar? They went to a space center, but I don't think
About 4 or 5 weeks ago, yeah.
yeah, but I don't think it was like Constitution Day.
Nah, well, they don't have a constitution over there.
Yeah. What do they call it?
I don't know what be their equivalent. Now, see, when was Magna Carta signed? Because it originated from over there. Was Magna Carta signed on April 15th?
Oh yeah. Maybe
Yeah,
I could look
April
that up.
15th, 1215.
I got a big fat dictionary. It has the Constitution in it, a Bill of Rights. It also has some pretty much
De-
like Canadian history.
Declaration of Independence, American Peace and Friendship Agreement or Treaty.
Yeah, it's a Webster's dictionary. It's like, I don't know, 9 inches thick.
You ever read the American Peace and Friendship Treaty by the American Moors? That's a well written document there.
Is it good for us?
It's good for people who want to be free, yeah. This is a treaty that was written up between the free black Americans at the time prior to accepting the Constitution. We was still under the Articles of Confederation, but they was already threw the baby out with the bathwater, knowing when the Articles of Confederation got thrown out and they was getting ready to go to the Constitution. The black slaves would not accept it until they accepted the American peace, or the free black Americans would not accept it until they wrote up the Peace and Friendship Treaty. It's written by a group called the American Moors. The American Moors were the free black men at the creation of the United States, during the creation of the United States,
Aha.
as we know it.
Seems like I've heard something about that, or I might have even studied it in school, but it's ringing a bell for sure.
But now, if you look at the 28 allegations mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, we've done a complete 360-degree circle, and we fit right back into all 28 categories.
Yeah.
It almost, go ahead.
It almost, it's like it hurts, to read the Constitution. It hurts to read the Bill of Rights. It actually, like, it, and when you look around at what's going on everywhere, you feel so betrayed. It hurts.
There is one amendment that comes from the Bill of Rights that has not been violated yet. Do you know which one that is?
No.
There's 10 amendments that makes up the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments of the Constitution. Only the Third Amendment has not been violated yet. Nobody's been forced to move out of their house so soldiers can move in.
Well, what about like military bases and stuff? What if there was like people living there? I mean, were they purchased out of it?
No, under Article 3, it protects you from what the king's men of King George was doing at the time, confiscating people's houses, setting them up for headquarters, actually using their bedrooms, 4 bedrooms. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I get that.
Third Amendment is said to protect us from that, but First Amendment is said to protect us in a form of freedom of religion, expression, press, and expression, press, religion. Come on, hillbilly. One more, one more. Well, right to redress of a grievance and right to peacefully assemble. But all of them's been violated. Second Amendment, right to bear arms shall not be infringed upon, while they infringed upon it in many manners. Fourth Amendment, right to be secure in your personal property, papers, and effects. How many times you've been forced to give up your ID with the threat of incarceration? So that's been violated. Fifth Amendment, you do not have to make a statement that may incriminate you. Just simply giving up your name anymore is a form of incrimination. So that's been violated.
That happened to me in Ohio.
Yep. That by all rights they need to have a sworn complaint against you and be able to present you with it before you are obligated to give up a name.
It pretty much bullied me into it.
Yeah, now they'll try to say, well, I'll just have to take you to jail for obstruction of justice.
And what can I do? Right. And what can I do? I mean,
yeah.
These guys are like, over 6 feet tall, well over 200 pounds. And, there's 5 of them.
Yeah. Well, arguing on the side of the road is not the right way to do it, but you can try to talk common sense. You can try to talk common sense to them. Like they say, if you don't give me your name, I'll just take you to jail for obstruction of justice. Obstruction of justice. There had to have been a crime committed first in order for me to obstruct. What was that crime? They'll never tell you.
No. You were speeding.
Yeah. Well, that's an infraction. That's not a crime.
Exactly. So, why do I have to sit in my car while this guy has my papers and then 2 more cars come up behind him, and I'm by myself.
Yeah.
They started through my car. I don't know for whatever reason, and they wouldn't even tell me because I've got Michigan plates, okay? And you know what I mean? And I didn't live close to the border then. I lived up in the thumb back when that happened to me. So, I mean, I just didn't want to make any more waves that I would have to have my car towed and impounded. I had, my synthesizers in the car. I was coming back from a festival, and my amplifier in the back. I had my breathing machine, in case I had an asthma attack while I was out there. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to have to deal with them. That threat. You know what I'm saying? That threat.
Yeah.
Of having to go through a bunch of hoops when I can't afford it and I'm in a different state. And how am I going to get representation? So all these things ran through my head really, really fast. So I just kept my mouth shut and I complied and they let me go. But it was very scary. Very scary.
To know that your faith lies in the hands of somebody who is programmed on policy versus actually educated in law, who has a empowerment complex.
They could have attacked me and gotten away with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, they could have literally attacked me and gotten away with it. That I was afraid. And I don't think that, any state trooper or a sheriff or a police officer should terrorize, I mean, I was driving in tandem with Dave, so he pulled up ahead of on the street. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we were talking on the cell phone. I said, I just got pulled over. And the police officer actually took my cell phone from me. He gave it back, but I was afraid.
That's why you only roll your window down a crack and tell them, sorry, last time I had a bad encounter with the cops, so therefore I'm fearful.
But check this out. It was during a heat wave in 2012. Remember that heat wave?
Yeah.
It was up over 100 degrees, and I didn't have air conditioning in my car. I had my sunroof open. I had my windows out. I had the music cranked. I mean, I had so much stress from that by the time I had gotten up to like around Marion, like I was having like the whole left side of my body was like going numb, and my spine was in pain. And we stopped at a rest stop, and I laid on my stomach on a concrete bench thing, and like Dave rubbed my back out for me and stuff, and like started like, getting my circulation going again, because I'm like, I can't drive anymore. I was literally sick. I don't think they have the rights to do that to people.
Yeah, I hate to walk away, but I drank too much coffee. I gotta use the restroom.
Okay, happy trail. See you in a minute.
Hope I don't leave no trails. Mama might get mad.
I don't like dead airspace. How many peeps we got on here? Feel free to chat. Oh, we're waiting for Hillbilly to get back.
I'm back. Time for wake and bake. I think I've been up 2 hours already. Been trying to, yeah, been trying to curb my intake here a little bit. Made myself made myself a promise no more of that getting up and instantly going for a tray. Got to be up 2 hours.
Okay. Yeah, I've made that I wake up and usually like I'll have a glass of like fizzy water, carbonated water,
Yeah.
carbonated water. I'll drink that and then go to the bathroom or whatever, and then have a cup of coffee and have breakfast and before I spoke anything.
I don't like eating in the morning. I don't like eating after I get high, so I don't know. I get up anywhere between 12:30 and 2:30 in the morning, and I don't normally eat nothing until after noon or 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
See, I usually get up. See, I usually get up like right around like 12:30, 12:37. Oh my gosh. Numbers always on the clock when I wake up. So anyway, so I usually get up like around noon or 1. That's when I'm waking up. So I usually don't even eat until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So I'm not, I'm not shaking bacon until maybe 4.
You wake and bake at 4:20, yeah?
4:20. It's like, why are you up all night? I don't know. I'm backwards. I've always been backwards. I worked midnights years, and now that retirement is making me it's like slip to my natural biorhythms.
I sort of like the hours I keep. Some people say I've never seen somebody on such strange hours, and I would have to agree with that. I've never seen nobody go to bed 7:30, 8 o'clock in the evening neither.
But
It's just what I like.
Yeah, if it feels good, and I mean, if you're able to, you get up early, but you have something to do when you get up, feed the cats and the raccoons and get some things done before the world starts moving around out there. Everybody's moving around and going to work, and you know what I mean? You get this like peace around you before everyone else. That's why I like staying up late at night, because there's like a certain peace, and I love being awake when the sun comes up in the morning. I love it. I love being out there at the birds and the dogs outside and stuff. Crack of dawn.
Oh yeah, to
I
watch
love
the sunrise come up, to hear the first bird chirp in the morning.
it. They usually start getting excited before the sun even is around. They're going crazy. What are they so excited about at 5 a.m.?
You're still flat and it's not spinning. Thank God I didn't get thrown out of the tree.
They like symphonies out there, man. They got like all kinds of songs. I like to try to like hook onto them,
Right.
ears, like try to focus in on like, because like hear all their different voices and tones of voices, and then pretty soon like you start like understanding what's going on.
With our weather we had yesterday, boy, first opportunity all year so far to air the house out. Opened up all the windows. That's all you could hear, man, is birds chirping there in the morning.
Yeah, it was warm here yesterday too, and then today, because I stayed up late, and a lot of us were talking still about the sun tracking thing, and like putting together a good tool. And I stayed up and I'm like, oh yeah, well, I still have my thing set up, from the other day. And I thought, well, I'll just go out there, re-level it and put it out there. Clouds all day, heavy clouds.
Yeah.
No sun at all. It is a
Boy,
bit chillier.
did you see Vinny go on cam yesterday and he shot up in the sky? Boy, they got the tic-tac-toe pattern going on over there.
That's priceless.
Oh man, can't nobody argue them are contrails. Those were definitely chemtrails.
Yeah. We don't get that many, like, I don't know if you know Schlominger. He's got some very intense chemtrail videos. Like,
Yeah.
oh, his photography is beyond. And I mean, the stillness of his camera and everything, very, very good work. I mean, it's amazing.
I may,
I don't see those kinds of planes over here. I did closer to Detroit, but here, no, we just get all the junk. We get the stuff, kind of hazing out and coming over. I mean, we don't actually. I've seen a few planes, but they're really high. We don't get like the lower ones, like in the city. Where they're
yeah.
actually like gridding out, and making stripes and turnarounds and things. We just get the wisp, probably up from Indiana or something.
Nope, I'm right in the crosshairs of the flight path for the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base runway, the Dayton National Airport, and to my west, the Fort Wayne Airport. And kind of ironic, Dayton, they use mainly their north and south runways, so I get a lot of low overhead traffic.
Yeah. I used to live near a military base, like mile and a half as the crow flies.
Yeah.
So I've seen unheard a lot of stuff. Well, the more towers that went up, especially after they turned off the, regular broadcast TV, that's when I turned mine off too. And I did I hooked the television up to my camera and I recorded it because my camera records in DVD. And then I put it in my computer and compressed it. Okay. So when I compress the signal, it looks like an iris of an eye opening and closing. It's really weird, like a parrot eye. A parrot eyes act really weird. And it had this tone. It was going pop, 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 pop. It was making this really weird tone. And I'm like, we can't hear this. I compressed the signal. We can't hear this. How many other, it was channel 52 I put it on. How many other things are, you know what I mean? How much in this VHF have they broken up? And then bam, the tower started going up everywhere. I got to get out of here. So,
I made a debunking video one time against a debunking video of chemtrails by simply showing them the piece of legislation where it's recognized in the Library of Congress as a space weapon by their own definition. House Joint Resolution 2977 from the 107th Congress. But the individual made a alleged debunking video, right? So he goes on to say, in the same piece of legislation, it talks about aliens from outer space. So in order for my debunking to be real, first I must prove aliens exist from outer space. I made a debunking video, which he said, by your own standards, you may claim that I have to disprove everything in the bill. We're talking about chemtrails, not alien trails. So you have to disprove chemicals don't exist.
Well,
Never heard no more of him.
and here's exactly what it is too. There are patents on the sprays, and you can find and look up the patents. Okay,
Yeah.
and people say, "Oh no, you're just seeing contrails." Well, no, most of them are not coming from the engine exhaust.
They come from tips of
They
wings
use
and
that.
yeah.
They use the air, but they use it to make the sprayers go. You know what I'm saying? Put them under pressure so they're able to spray. I
Yeah.
also found uh patents and actual my God, I'm saved in a playlist. It's a private playlist. Um but the actual sprayers, the nano sprayers and how they work.
For people who put up arguments, well, look at Vinny's sky yesterday. Granted, contrails do exist. They are naturally formed by the heat of the exhaust, but they dissipate within 10 minutes, 10 minutes max. What we witnessed in Vinny's cam yesterday would be a clear indication if they was contrails. All
Uh-huh.
those planes had to fly over in the last 10 minutes to make that pattern.
Right.
Show me one air traffic controller that's going to let planes go east to west and north to south to where their paths cross so closely in the allotted 10 minutes to allow from the time of the first alleged contrail that we know to be chemtrails by their appearance to the very last one. All the planes in between had to be within that 10-minute window. Ain't
Yeah.
nobody going to let commercial airliners fly that close together.
But the thing, yeah, exactly. And here's another thing. I quit flying a few years ago. That's another terror from the sky. It reduces visibility. So when you're in a smaller craft, you know, it gets hard to see, especially in the evening. Um, let's say, for example, I'm 40 to 50 miles, let's say due north or northwest of Detroit. Okay. Flying at maybe 1,500 feet. Okay.
Yeah.
152 miles an hour. I can't freaking see. I could barely see the Renaissance Center in Detroit. But when it's getting late in the day, that sky is freaking orange and it reduces the visibility to the ground. And the thing is if they're coming past, okay, because there's a place up in Pontiac, Michigan, where they do fly the sprayers in and out. It's outside of Pontiac, so I think it's in Waterford. They don't identify themselves, so when they start, dropping in, altitude to go land, and they start doing their circle so they can,
The
get
taxiing
clear.
in, yeah.
They come really dang close, and they do not, you can't hear their radio communications. They are not on the commercial band.
Mm.
So that's another problem. They're dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. What's the next thing going to be? They're going to slam into a commercial airliner or something? And I mean, I've heard of close calls. That's going to be, right then and there. Will that be a false flag? Will that be a thing? You know what I mean? Will that be a planned attack, or would that? They got to be so careful because they don't want their program shut down. But at the same time, they put other people in danger just because. And then you try to find out, who's running the contracts. It's all corporations. It's like you try to ask the military what's going. They don't even know.
I think there is some that know. Some of them's been inside of these super sprayers.
Oh yeah, I've seen the
Yeah.
insides of them.
Can't
They have
nobody
chop shop.
can't nobody look at the exterior of a plane and say, "Oh, just the average commercial airliner," then walk inside and see all the apparatuses and the storage tanks and think that is still a commercial aircraft.
I think it was about a year ago. I know it was before the crazy election time. It was very, very brief. I'm trying to think of who was on, but I pulled a little segment off of Alex Jones, and he was talking with somebody. Is it that Mars guy? No, it might not have been, but they were talking about plane chop shops
Oh, really?
where they go and retrofit the planes. Yeah, because the airlines will sell the planes, and then a certain corporation will buy it, and they keep changing the titles on it and stuff like that
Yeah.
until they get it to where they've got it where it's all adapted and hooked up to go do its evil work. But yeah, there's actually plain chop shops.
I think I've heard something about that before. There's a old airport that they use for a junk or airport junkyard, if to say, out
Yep.
north of Las Vegas, and they said to be doing it there. The
Yep.
same airport that's supposed to be shut down, but said to run military hops back and forth to Area 51.
And there's a couple other places that have been like closed down military bases.
Mm-mm.
Remember when they went through, I think, was it in the late 90s, and they started shutting bases?
Yeah, under George Bush Sr., late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, they started shutting them down. So yeah, I'm sure they're not totally shut down.
No.
Anybody who lives near them. I mean, even if it's light traffic, even if it's 5 or 6 planes, they're still using it. So it's
Look,
highly
look,
disturbing.
look at the way that they try to hide shit in plain sight, like Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They tell you that's no more than the financial center for the Air Force and the home of the Wright-Patterson or uh, Aeronomic Museum, right?
Hmm.
Uh, but if that's the case, how come we've got scientists going in and out of the gate at all time? They're said to have 5 underground levels that the so-called legend goes that for a secret research for air defense artillery, try to figure out how to cool the exhaust of our military aircraft. That way, heat-sinking missiles don't work on it, or other ways to figure out forms of defense for aircraft in flight. That's the so-called legend. But then you research the circular disc aircraft, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and they admit in it it's a secret research and development facility.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
why do they make the open claim that it's nothing more than a financial institute for the military, along with the aeronautical museum?
Yeah. That's so people go and visit the museum and, have their little wools over their eyes. Oh, look at all the neat planes. Okay, let's go.
I gotta
Nothing
admit,
in here.
I gotta admit though, if you're a globe believer, you're in luck in this area. You got the Neil Armstrong Space Museum and Wright-Patterson Air Force Museum, all within 50 miles of each other. You can go straight from one and to the other one and get your daily heroin, I mean globe fix.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
I only,
opiate of the masses. It is the opiate of the masses. They've got that one down. You know, the whole the whole shebang, the whole big bang.
I know what for my first time to Neil Armstrong Space Museum. Now, mind you, I was a globe believer. I was nothing more than a little boy. I already witnessed our first moon landing, and I went there to the Neil Armstrong Space Museum like the year after it was. Well, of course, I had to look. Duh, hillbilly! It's the Neil Armstrong Space Museum. Of course, they had the first moon landing. I never put that one together. That was a stupid statement. But anyways, I went there, and boy, I was extremely disappointed to think to look inside the first capsule ever said to orbit the Earth was on display there.
Mm-hmm.
It was nothing more than, yeah, I could fit the whole thing in my living room, you
Mm-hmm.
know, and aluminum frame chair. To think that aluminum frame chair with an OD green canvas on it would support the G forces said to be there upon launch. No, the aluminum would have bent, the stitches would have ripped where they got the canvas sewed together. Then the control panel was nothing but red idiot lights above a toggle switch,
Toggle switches.
un- unlabeled. And there must have been 200 toggle switches. What'd you guys do? Do like a chimp programming deal? You okay? Turbo bus, third one from the left, second row down. One,
Yeah.
two, three, 1, 2. No, you label your control panel, but
When
not
the
this.
bulb light turns on, flick the
Yeah.
switch.
Yeah. And if it turns yellow, kiss your ass goodbye.
If it's green, it's okay. If it's yellow,
Yeah.
flick the switch. If it's red, you're too late.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I think my best experience from there was walking away with some space food, dehydrated pizza. That was my biggest thrill as a little boy going to the space museum.
Dehydrated pizza.
Yeah, getting some dehydrated pizza in a bag.
What do they call those now? Pita chips. Pizza. So you got a bag of pita chips, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
cats climbing on front back door. Go to the front door.
So yeah, and you know, a lot of how they get this, you know, generation so indoctrinated. You know what I'm saying? By these fantastical things, and you know, like lots of TV shows, and you know, uh weird things. You know, think of Quantum Leap, or you know, some of those TV shows from the 80s even, you know.
Yeah. I sort
Yeah,
of like Quantum Leap from the 80s.
I did too, because it had a good story too. And I even like Star Trek. And the original one, we have the whole collection, all those seasons from the original one, you know, with Shatner. And
I remember watching that as a little kid thinking how real it looked. Now how phony does it look? But we
yeah,
didn't
but
have nothing to compare it to. When best thing we had to compare it to when we was kids was Buck Rogers from the 40s and the 50s. Okay, it's leaps and bounds above Buck Roger.
oh yeah. But the thing is, okay, do you remember, like, back then television, there was always laugh tracks to comedies.
Yeah.
They got to tell you when to laugh. And I can't even watch older comedies with laugh tracks, or even newer ones. They pretty much stopped that now. There's hardly any comedy on television anymore. But I don't watch it, but from what I've seen, it's like programming, you know, like they tell you when to laugh or whatever. But what I was getting at, Star Trek is the best comedy ever with no laugh tracks. Because, you know, there's the character development and, you know, the interactions between the characters and the strange situations that they get into. And you just laugh your ass off at it. And
Yeah.
it's the best comedy with no laugh tracks.
To watch Bones and Spock fight all the time.
Yeah, and it's funny. So you
Yeah.
sit there and laugh at it, but there's no laugh tracks.
Yeah.
So that is it. That in itself, that's what makes it a good show. You know, they're
Yeah.
like going through space and they're passing stars. You know.
Or how many times have you heard, "Aye, Captain, I'm giving her all she's got, but I think she's gonna blow." What was his name? Scotty?
Yeah, and you can predict, like, at the beginning of the show, Scotty's like the only guy with the red shirt that just doesn't die.
Yeah.
If they were in a red shirt, they're gonna die. There's only a few of them that come back, you know, for a few episodes, you know, maybe partially through a season, and then he gets killed.
I
He
gotta
should be
mention what
a
was that
holographic.
what was that girl on there? Sulu was the guy.
Oh, the control lady, the computer lady,
Yeah.
Ahura?
Ahura, the black lady.
Oh, yeah, dude, watch it, man. We count butt cheeks, okay? There's some
Butt cheek.
Yeah, there's some episodes where there's butt cheek. So if you see butt cheek, you have to drink.
Oh, really? Maybe that's why I was about ready. I never caught on to that, but maybe that was what my next thing. First black girl I ever had a crush on, you know, a TV idol deal. Maybe I seen her butt without realizing it.
Oh, yeah. She had the stockings on, the really short dress. Oh,
Yeah.
butt cheek. Guzzle.
I
There's a
never
few.
paid attention to that. I
Yeah.
bet subconsciously that has to have something to do with it. Yeah, my first black girl crush.
So yeah, there's some really bizarre stuff, you know, in that show that it's funny and it's good. If you get a chance, you know, to watch the series, you know, with new eyes, you know, without it being like, oh wow, this is all serious. Dun dun dun. You know, they got the fight scene. You just sit there and laugh because you see how cheesy things are. I took a screenshot of the television with my cell phone camera, and there was this fight going on in this cave, and Captain grabs like a stalactite off of the cave, and he's holding it in his hand, and it looks like a giant penis.
Yeah.
I got a screenshot of that. I was gonna use it for, you know, my icon, but I couldn't fit the whole thing in there. I'd have to shrink it, then you really wouldn't be able to see what it is. But it was a joke in one of my Facebook groups for quite a while.
You know, the conspiracy theorists of the day back then were going around saying, you know, when they watch Captain Kirk be down on the planet's surface and flip over his communicator device and talk to the spaceship, people would say, you know, that will be possible one day. Technology like that will be possible one day. And they got called conspiracy nuts. And lo and behold, how many people don't have a cell phone today?
Yep, flip phones, cell phones, the
Yeah.
communication. You know, and those things are probably more or less, I mean, I'm sure in their development, not as small as they are now, but I mean, there were mobile phones back then. It's just that the radios had to be so strong. There just wasn't towers to bounce off every place. So the signal had to be really strong.
Yeah. It wasn't the phone that weighed so much. It was the power pack to get the signal to go that far.
Right. But you know, you hook that up in your car with a battery and the military used them.
I had an old suitcase phone from the early to mid 80s. we had him in our for our dump truck so he could be dispatched on the fly, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, I remember some quarries you'd pull into, you'd have to go to the top of the stone pile, and then you'd have to climb on top of your dump truck and stand up on the headache rack of the bed just to get a damn single.
And it would be just like if you were on some abandoned planet somewhere in Star Trek.
Yeah, yeah. Here I am on the top of the stone pile, on top of the dump truck, trying to use a
Scotty,
satellite while I'm looking for curvature.
Scotty, do you read me? I see no curvature. Beam me up.
Kind of ironic, my name being Scotty, that works out pretty good, or Scott.
No curvature here. Beam me up.
I think I offended Dale and them over at the Imaginary Curve. I made a joke. I didn't think it was too bad. Since my name's Scott, I'm the true Scottishman here. Boy, they did not like that.
Really?
Yeah. Another American wanna be Scottish. It was just a joke. My name is Scott. So if anybody's Scottish, I'm Scottish.
My grandma, my mother's mother, got here when she was like 5 years old. She was like 1924 or something. And she worked so hard to lose her brogue because she wanted to fit in with all the American kids. And
Yeah.
it turned out like, okay, her and my grandpa met when they were teenagers. They got married when they were 19. They were married till they died. Isn't that weird?
Oh, yeah. Well, you don't see that anymore. Hats off to them.
I know, just short of their 60th wedding anniversary, 6 weeks apart, they passed away. So anyway, and they're the same age. They got married when they were 19. But anyway, when they met, my grandpa had a stuttering problem. He went to a Catholic school. He was left-handed, and they used to like hit his hands
Mm-hmm.
in writing class and stuff.
Rulers with rulers on the edge of the ruler too, not the flat edge of the ruler. My mom told me stories about it. She went to a Catholic school in the
Yeah,
50s, and
he went. I think in his earlier, childhood. Yeah, but his dad. Well, they moved right out of the city, and his dad, my great grandpa, he was a used car salesman. So they moved out of the city because there was a new dealership being built out like around Warren, Michigan. So anyway, yeah, he finished up, but he dropped out of school. But anyway, he made a lot of money too. He didn't need any kind of education when in their days. You know what I mean? You just needed common sense. He worked at the same company for 41 years. Very dependable people,
yeah,
very intelligent too. Anyway, he had a stuttering problem. So, my grandma, went back to her roots of losing her brogue, which was singing. I don't know who was mentioning it not too long ago. Do you ever notice people when they sing, they don't have an accent when they sing?
yeah.
Talking with some
Ozzy
long ago about.
Osbourne's a good example.
Yeah, so she would have my grandpa sing or like rap out, kind of like in a rap way,
Yeah,
like what he was trying to say. So that way he wouldn't stutter. And the only time I heard him stutter ever, when he was upset about something
yeah.
like that.
Adrenaline
But
do it.
yeah, that's true love, man.
Mm.
18-year-olds in love. Here, I'll help you get over your stuttering problem.
You think more about your talking than you do singing. I think that has something to do with the stuttering and why you don't stutter when you're singing. You're not really thinking about it. You're just doing it.
Yeah, because you're on a pace with the music.
Yeah.
So, stuttering singer.
If you think you'd sing that Jolene song for me, I'd go ahead and finish it, but I can't find nobody to sing it for me, so I ain't too interested in finishing it.
I could
Jolene,
rap.
Jolene, you can
I could.
rap.
I'm a little rusty in my singing, but I could probably like hook up a mic and do it. It's like I don't how I get the file to you. I'll probably have to hit one of my friends up to be able to like move a file.
Are you on Skype?
No, I'm not. But the thing is how to get it out of my device, and then
Well, that's why I was asking if he's on Skype. You can just do a file share,
yeah,
or
how to get it into a file. Like
yeah,
I said,
you go to Discord, right?
nightmare Windows 10 computer. I can't get any files into it. I can, but they'll all go to like VLC media player, and then what? It won't go to a library to call them back up. So I can get it to work in my Windows 7, but then I would have to remove the file and put it into something else. So it wouldn't be too hard. I should be able
You
to.
can't find it in the folder, you mean? Because it's a simple drag and drop once you find the folder it's in.
There's just nothing for it to play through.
Oh, you don't have a device to play it through.
The
Is that what
computer.
you're saying?
The computer, like, it doesn't, like, I don't know, it's got some kind of Cortana, Windows. I don't know anything about Windows. I used Linux in my Hewlett Packard. I don't know.
Put Audacity on your machine, record it with Audacity.
A what?
Audacity. It's a free open software source, and it's one of it's extremely well, not extremely, but it is user friendly. Heck, I can run it, and it's got some bells and whistles on it if you want to get into that. But you can save to an MP3 format. You can save to any format that you want to. You can direct the file to go to your desktop, so it's easy to find.
I don't have a desktop. I'm on a Chromebook.
Oh.
I gave up on that Windows 10 computer. I totally gave up on it. Dave was on it earlier today and started having trouble with it. And he's like, I'm about ready to bust this thing.
Yeah, she got 10 machine too and has the same problem.
3 months of trying to deal with that dang thing, and I just said, forget it. It just broke down and got this one. $300. Whoopee.
Is your Windows 10 machine also touchscreen?
No, it's a Dell laptop.
Yeah.
It's got the it was supposed to have Windows Pro 64.
Yeah.
And nope. Opened it up. It went through all kinds of crazy ass junk, and it started changing over, and it's letting all these extensions and all kinds of junk in it. Pretty soon, I mean, I couldn't even get the thing to work, and I had to download this malware thing, and it took like, I don't know, half hour to get all that junk out of there. And I don't like it because, like, for example, like XP, I could use like semantic and go and find exactly where things are. But like with a lot of the modern, like the stack files, the PUP files, all these weird things that they put themselves into the startup bar, so then the whole dang thing's screwed up. Okay. So then if you want to like get rid of the Windows applications that are already like programmed into the thing, you can't get rid of those either, so I can't
shut them off.
Right, I can't partition it, to load. And then I finally got an inroad into it, and I went to go put my Adobe into it. My Adobe had just lost support as of August 16th, 2016. Total loss of support for it. So I couldn't even register my product in the damn machine.
Yeah, I knew that happened. I knew that was, they announced they was going to do that a year before they did it.
Yeah, but I was offline for like 4 years. So like I had like a total like I hate technology thing, and I miss natural, and I'm not watching TV, I'm not going online. yada yada yada. Don't have a cell phone. So I'm a little bit behind the fray on this, on a lot of the technology. I'm stuck in 2008.
Hate to do it to you again, but coffee's going right through me now. I'll be right back.
Okay. You there?
Hey people, today I had somebody comment on my 12 Days of Christmas video. Imagine that, somebody watching it out of season. But
Well,
he,
maybe in the mood.
but he was a flat earther. He says that 12 Days of Christmas song, I got some generous globetards. You see
Yeah,
that one?
I really would like to get with somebody who's like a really good, YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? Like in my area,
Yeah.
help me out with this stuff, because Hillbilly, I tell you, I've got a case because my Sony camera works on, and I've had it since 2006, and it records onto mini discs. And I've got so much flat earth stuff in there.
Oh yeah.
So much that I've recorded since back then. I've got, it's got pretty good zoom capabilities. Trust me, it's no P900, okay? But, I can get miles and miles away in mountains. Be on a mountaintop and look, 60 miles away, pretty much. Looking out, we like to go like on vacations, around Michigan and visit lighthouses.
Yeah.
We haven't gone to the Canadian side yet because Dave has to get a passport. And he's kind of weird about that stuff, the name and all that stuff.
Yeah, me too.
I already have an enhanced, so
I
I can
used
go
to
to Canada. Just wave me through.
before they built the casinos in Ohio and in Detroit. I used to like going up to the Ambassador Bridge and going over to Windsor, Canada for the casino. It was the closest one to me.
Yeah.
Ever since 9/11, I haven't been to Canada. I won't get a passport.
No. It's pretty
I won't,
messed up what they're doing to us. It's really messed up.
I won't
Decision.
walk into a government building.
It doesn't bother me on the local, you know. It doesn't bother me on the local. I don't mind, going to, city council meetings. I was
Yeah,
on city council in Mount Clemens, but here I don't mind because I like to know what's going on, because we do pay taxes, and I do like to know what's going on. You know, when is construction, gonna start at a bridge, or things like that, and upgrades, and other things like that happen, like to know what the budget is for plowing this year, and when certain events are going to happen, in town, like I don't know, some people like are like really into Volkswagens, the Volkswagen buses, and they have a thing that lasts from like Thursday to Sunday every year here. We get people camping with their VW buses,
yeah.
hippies and hipsters, and and people who are really into Volkswagens. They come here on the outskirts of town. So I like going there just so I know what's going on. 'Cause it's a small town. There's only 2,500 people here. You know,
Yeah, that's smaller than town I'm in.
so why not go? Why not be a part? Why not go? Why
Yeah.
not, voice your opinion on something, or your concerns about something?
What I don't like about it is you need permission to speak there, and you gotta give them. At least here we do. If you want to speak at the city council, you have to give a 30-day advance notice. You have to let them know what subject matter is, and you're limited to 5 minutes. If you want to, you can get somebody uh, uh, else to sign up for 5 minutes, and they're allowed to give their 5 minutes to you. But hey, what kind of bullshit is that? If I got an issue, it can't be settled in 5 minutes. We're talking about a town where some of you city council, although I realize some of them's part time, they don't do nothing but work 2 Tuesday evenings a month for what you're getting paid for 2 Tuesday evenings a month. You're on my time, so don't
Well,
tell me I only got 5 minutes of it.
I got paid $27 a month when I was on city council of a 16,000 person town.
Oh yeah, twenty-seven
No,
dollars a month. No,
yeah.
they get more, a lot more. I think it's like $400 or $500 a month.
And
And
here
a
it's
month.
Here it's voluntary. You run,
Yeah,
but it's voluntary. My neighbor 2 doors down, she's been on council. Oh gosh, she's almost a permanent fixture here. Um, I hang around her a lot. She's in her 70s. But I mean, when I moved here, I found out so much within the first 3 months of moving here about the history and different people. And oh, she let me know like what kind of people and who around here to kind of like avoid because they're bad news. And she's
yeah,
right, you know. Um, so it's just being in a a smaller. We go to the city council meetings. It's really casual here. I mean, there might only be maybe 8 or 10, 7, people even like showing up at the meeting that aren't on the council, you know.
yeah,
So some people show up, some people don't. If it's something kind of important, yeah, maybe 20, 25 people. So it just shows you like how many people don't get involved and then bitch about things later,
yeah.
you know. But no, it's really open. It's kind of like our fire chief is like, I don't know, in his mid-30s, kind of a chubby guy. I mean, he wouldn't even know it. He was, a fire chief. He just looks so average guy. Doesn't come, dressed up in his uniforms or, we just don't have that. There's 2 cops here on any given shift. It's, maybe 3.
I think
It's,
in our town, I think on any given shift there's at least 5 cops.
yeah. And they're usually just there. There's, 1 or 2, at the station, or if there's a special call to go out, like a domestic dispute or an accident or something. In fact, the local paper, they every week they tell you what happened in town, and there's probably only 4 events. Car struck a deer. Petty, what is it? Petty theft or whatever. Somebody shoplifting at the grocery store. Domestic dispute, that's like the normal crime report. It's after living in Detroit, it feels like it feels like there's helium under my ass.
But off topic to address Iron Ron with his comment in chat. The video, though, if you listen to the audio, is the part that's the lie, truly the lie, because they say they are images taken from the Epic One once every 2 hours. It doesn't say anything about an artist concept running. Replica, it says images taken. Of course, it doesn't say photos taken.
I'll have to look at that too.
Yeah, they got an eclipse without a moon. A solar eclipse without a moon. How's that possible?
Oh, I remember you were showing that. Yeah. It looked like I don't know, like a blotch out.
Yeah. Then if you slow it down, because it's said to be a year of making, right? Time lapse of a year. But as they're doing it, every 13 images is representation of one day.
Yeah.
Well, all you have to do is simply count 26 or 39 or whatever the case may be, whatever day you want to study how many days that before they alter the cloud imagery. Yeah, they'll reuse clouds for days and days and days upon end, never move. And all of a sudden there'll be different clouds.
Did you work you did construction, municipal construction?
Excavating, yeah.
Engineering?
Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, put pipes in the ground, put parking lots in, build roads, building pads, sanitary sewers. We did all the big pipe in the middle of the street, not the little stuff that goes to your house off the big pipe. We just did the big shots right down the middle of the street.
Yeah, the company I worked for, we're a subcontractor, but did the Spring Wells sewer plant in downtown Detroit, Southwest Detroit. And then the widening and development of M59. And I worked on the project management for the excavation of, because it was originally a county road, 2 lanes, back in the 80s. Well, now there's 4, 5 lanes on each side. It's all shopping malls and condos and yuppies everywhere. But they widened it out. But in between, there's drainage. And a lot of it, the drainage, it's got to go under bridges and things like that. But, I mean, rocks and all kinds of stuff. And, oh, that was a big one. That was 17 hours a day in the summer.
Yeah. And all that's based off of, check your link out here in a second, Iron. Sitting here firing my joint back up. Uh, but all that work, technology works and based off of sea level, knowing how to read and control the elevations based on sea level.
That's
That's what,
correct.
yeah.
So
That's
that's
how
right
I.
up my alley
That's how
anyway.
that's how I became a flat earther overnight. Once I actually gave the argument a legitimate listening to, I
Mm-hmm.
said, "You dumb fucker! You know for a fact you cannot prove sea level to be anything but flat."
Level, exactly.
Yeah.
So
So
when
I
you
was
do a drainage
after I
system, yeah, you do a drainage system that's 5 miles long, out to Lake St. Clair. Whoa, that's lake level. But it's still level, right? So there has to be, a pitch, over the course of the ground over so many miles. So, all these new parking lots and all this storm uh stuff goes into it. I wouldn't call it a ditch. It almost looks like a dang river. Never existed there. All man-made.
eh,
So yeah, 4 years.
so
4 years
after
of
I
my life to go do that, but the money was good. And then somebody in the company, Mac's husband, he was a purchaser. Somebody in the company, how it ended up getting shut down was somebody embezzled money, and it was not cool. Company could not recover it. The guy went to jail, but I mean, the company couldn't recover after it. It closed their doors summer of 2002.
sorry about it. Link didn't work here, Iron. Let me try it again, make sure I got it all. No, I didn't get the HTTP on it. No, didn't get all the way. Yep. So after I was actually honest with myself and yeah, I did get the HTTP. Now the link didn't work there, Iron. Uh, but I became a flat earther overnight, knowing that how many times I pulled a straight line over a level sea level line and
Mm-hmm.
measure down. I can only utilize that means in a working application, not a data transferring application, but a working application and prove it to be flat. I wish I could prove it to be wrong. I don't want to be on the oddball side, but if the oddball side represents truth, so be it. I'm a truther, so I'm an oddball.
Right. So like when we're training for our work and things like that, and all the surveying that we've done, or working with surveyors and plans and things like that, and elevations, all this other stuff we've got to deal with. And I wouldn't say water is an enemy, because water is not an enemy. But the number one thing you've got to deal with is that entrainment. When you're working with concrete, you got your cure time. Shit's gotta be level. If it doesn't, it just needs to be on like a slight slope, doing the slopes and all this other stuff. But it's still a flat model, despite, slopes and other things like that. You know what I mean? You're still dealing with level. Then you have to, model in where things are dipping down, where elevation's changing. And I mean, it's very apparent, and I am surprised there aren't more engineers, civil engineers, environmental engineers. I am surprised there aren't more people stepping forward with the facts
Well, that's what I was saying too. I would like to see somebody from the excavating trade who believes in the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I would like to have a debate with that person. Somebody who actually knows how to read sea level. Not
Yeah.
some of these idiots that tax me just because I got opinion different from theirs, and you can tell in their very first sentence they don't have a clue as to how to read and measure sea level.
Yeah.
They'll talk about, well, what about the waves? What about the moving waves of the water?
What about
Idiot. Sea level. Yeah, sea level's measured over land, not over water. Why can't I find Justin on my Skype list?
and also you're flying a plane, right? Your
Yeah.
altimeter works on the barometric on the barometer. Flat. It's all pressure mediation. It's a plane. You can't argue it. I mean, people try because they throw in these stupid little experiments like things with balls and pendulums and retarded stuff that have absolutely no application in reality.
Justin, you are on my friends list on Skype, ain't you? Some reason I can't find you.
Oh,
You send me a message on Skype if you see me. Man, my list is getting way too long. I got it alphabetized though.
that's right, Iron Fe. No consideration for curvature, none given on the plans whatsoever. So when you're working in a subdivision, I mean, you might be dealing with 5 to 10 miles, of routes, but no consideration is given, not even in the survey. So
Chris sworn Justin was on my Skype list.
you're absolutely right, Effie.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta put up with some pretty stupid stuff to be on the oddball side of the fence, no matter what it be. 9/11, Sandy Hook, Flat Earth. One time I had an individual, this was about chemtrails, had an individual when I was talking about House Joint Resolution 2977, 107th Congress, the Exotic Space Weapon Ban Act, they was trying to ban what they called space weapons, and chemtrails was clearly on that list. Had an individual tell me I didn't understand what I was talking about. And I said, well, what part don't I understand? He says, I don't know. I never read it. If he never read it, how does he know that I don't understand what I'm reading?
Right.
Yeah. And then he tried to say, well, what they're trying to do is ban crop dusting, because stop and think about it. It's chemicals being sprayed out of an airplane. For once, the idiot finally had somewhat of what can be considered a legitimate talking point until you actually read what's in HR 2977.
And when
Because
you're
this
crop dusting, the only time you have to adjust the nose of your plane is when you're starting to get into a very hilly area.
but here's where the stupidity of their statement comes in. The ban was from utilizing the spray above altitudes of 60,000 feet. That's over 10 miles in the air.
And they're
When's
doing it.
the, when's the last time you seen a crop duster crop dusting a field 10 miles up.
Well, I don't know if you can get, a little Piper up that freaking high.
Yeah. So that goes to show the ignorance you have to put up with to be on the oddball side of the fence.
Yeah. And, yeah, exactly. And, I've noticed over the years, one thing about the NASA wall pictures, one thing about them, if you look at the later one, it's all gray compared to the brilliant marble ones. The
Yeah.
later one is gray. How's that for effing with people's minds? Oh, yeah. One of the things is space weapons. I had listened to a couple of lectures or talks that Carol Rosen had given. She worked with Werner von Braun before he died.
Yeah.
And very compelling stuff. I don't know if she's under guard or what, but I mean, she's like, yeah, I mean, here we are, it's in the 70s, and they're talking about, these plans. And Von Braun had told her, whatever you do, make sure that they don't use space weapons. Make sure that that doesn't pass. And when she would go up there and give the talks, they just dismiss her. Because, I mean, they changed the paradigm from what space is. 60,000 feet, 70,000 feet. They changed that to like, somewhere off behind the moon or something like that. We have to have satellites, aimed at space, so the aliens don't attack us. That's not the dang problem. What the dang problem is that, we're being terraformed by our own people.
Yeah.
That have some kind of demented agenda scientifically that absolutely makes no sense. So, listening to some of her lectures and stuff like that, I found that through researching the chemtrails, and when she talked about the various plans of certain wars, a staged alien invasion, granted,
Who's giving the speeches?
Huh?
Or who's doing the lectures?
Carol Rosin, Carolrosin.
Oh, never heard of her.
Never.
Hey, Justin.
You're gonna fall
Justin,
in love with her, Hillbilly. You're gonna fall in love with her.
Justin, I sent the link to your channel, to your private messages, if you can get there. No, I never heard of her before.
Okay. I've got some videos from her stuck in my playlist also. I'll get them to you. I'll just send them to your the links to your like inside your channel, because like I don't have Skype, so like your YouTube. I'll just click onto your YouTube where you can send a message, and I'll toss the links in there later. Sergey popped on and popped off. He's having connection problems from Murmansk. Far away. I think it's like a 12-hour difference between there and here.
He's in Russia, that's all I know. I'm pretty sure he's on the eastern side, so you wouldn't think it'd be 12 hours.
He's up by Norway and Finland.
Yeah.
Up in the north. So he will be to the east. Up there where that huge peninsula is up there around the seas. He's up in that area.
Wouldn't Norway and Finland be to the west side of Russia?
Yes.
Helio Skeptic out there, what up, Helio? No Mask, Iron Man, Justin. Wonder what happened to Justin.
He said, sure. Okay.
I never got too much into alien stuff though, as a conspiracy theorist. So
My
maybe that's
conspiracy thing that I looked into was Watergate.
Richard Nixon.
Yep.
Tricky Dick.
And you know what made me do that? It was flooding in St. Clair Shores. There was a lot of rain. There was flooding. And they didn't have proper drainage there. A lot of development. All of a sudden, things just weren't done right. So, like Jefferson Avenue, that runs along Lake St. Clair, got like flooded over. And they were talking about like building gates on the canals or whatnot. So here those water gates. Then at the same time, there was like this other thing, and I was like, I don't know, maybe 8 or something. So I'm like looking at and I was learning to read the newspaper and stuff like that. And then I saw like things about the president, and then, I kind of watched stuff on the news, on TV, but I wanted to know more about it. So I found myself, staying at my grandma's house late at night, and watching the late night talk shows. Do you remember those, Hillbilly? The late night ones?
Well,
Tom
also, I just heard a message. Wonder if that's Justin. No. But I remember
Hi, Justin.
the late night or Johnny Carson show. That was my late night talk show.
Yeah. Yeah, they had the late night ones. Oh, God, I'm trying to think of the guy's name. Is it Tom Snyder? Oh.
Hey, Justin, what's up? You're muted.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Oh.
Seen your little short video the other day.
Yeah.
Talking about the laser over the ice.
Yeah, of course, that's a river and not a lake, according to the heliocentrics.
I seen the video when it came out.
Yeah, I just got turned on to that one. That's pretty good. That's pretty good evidence. Like we needed it, but water's flat. But heliocentrics say that's a river, not a pond or lake. But you know how they are.
I come up with enough tight string, I'm gonna float a string on top of water over a mile and pull it taut.
Oh, Sly Sparkane, I was supposed to deliver a message to you, Hillbilly, but he said if you put out a video admitting you was wrong about something, then he'd be honored to have a live debate with you.
Well, let's see him put out a video admitting he lied on his video, his alleged debunking of the eclipse, to where he tells people that he's using mind math, but yet his.
I went in there just bored and just trying to get it took me 2 hours to get them to let me in there. And first thing I asked them, was their worldview, just to fucking try to throw them off. And they know what they're doing. They don't believe in what they're saying because they wouldn't tell me a worldview. They're just out there trying to gain any popularity, and you know what I mean. They're not even genuine opposition. They're just opposition for the hell of it. You know what I mean?
Will you be kind enough to give my reply to Sly?
Well,
if you haven't,
I will try. I don't even know the guy, but I've been over there trolling just out of boredom.
All right. Well, since he's probably pretty good with names, he's done checked your channel out already. You can bet on that. So he knows you're a flat earther. So if you get a chance, deliver my reply to him.
Okay.
Kiss my ass. You're a liar, Sly.
Kiss my white ass, you
hillbilly ass. Tell him
hillbilly
said kiss his hillbilly ass.
You short D mofo.
He's a liar. Did you see his debunking of my eclipse video?
Shit, them
Okay,
guys.
he tries to remove my umbrum that I clearly put in umbrum that funneled down into the cone shape just like it's supposed to. And then he moves my moon even closer than it was in my representation, right? So to make it look like I had my moon that close one. No, I did not have my moon that close. He has my moon's umbrum, the total width of the moon going to the earth where his is pointed. In his, when the moon is to the west of earth, but yet in the path of the sun, right? Not taking away perspective out of the argument and the actual diameter of the heliocentric model. He already has the eclipse happening. He just has the shadow bent to the right, making it east as the earth is to the west, or moon is to the west of earth. Then after the eclipse is over on the east side of earth, but still in the sun's path, he still has the eclipse going on, but now the shadows bent to the left, representing west. So when he's east side of the earth, his shadow bends to the west. You ever seen a shadow bend?
Not. I can't say that I have.
It goes straight directly from the light source. It may bend going up a wall, but if it has the opportunity to go straight without the obstruction, it will only go straight. Then he tells everybody he's using my math because he can't prove my math incorrect, and you can hear him in the video. He's stressed out about it. Well, Hillbilly's math is correct. you can, oh, just painstakingly he has to admit it. So he has to admit he's using my math. Well, if he's using my math, regardless whether the eclipse could happen or not, the moon cannot beat the Earth back to the starting point of the Earth's complete 27th rotation. It's going into the 28th day. So, therefore, the Earth has to be the first one to the finish line. He has the moon finishing first. He couldn't have used my math.
These people want to still use the eclipse, even though there is a such thing as a lunar eclipse with the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. And that's totally impossible.
What they have a special name for it. I forget what it is.
It's impossible. It's a lie. No matter what the name is,
I've
reproduce it.
I've seen it with my own two eyes walking to the coffee shop 2 years ago. I seen the moon over on the western horizon setting, fully eclipsed, and the sun rising on the eastern horizon at the same time. Seen it with my own two eyes. So it's not like NASA CGI or nothing.
That is totally impossible.
Yeah, them guys are a joke. I wouldn't even waste your time with them. I was just looking for a good debate, but these clowns can't even acknowledge they have a worldview.
If you go to Sly Sparkane's channel, he's got a video put out like 5 days ago, Flat Earth Challenge, right? And he's trying to have a flat earther actually perform an experiment and explain what they're doing, and, or shut up. Well, I put out a video while you was away on vacation that uh, debunks gravity for less than $1, utilizing a straw, paper towel, and some coffee, right? So Sly couldn't debunk that video, although he was already attacking my channel. So he attacks a comment on that video, debunking gravity for $1. So when Sly put out a stupid freaking challenge the other day, I no more than seen it, and Boom! I just went and got another copy of that Debunking Gravity for $1, re-uploaded it, and said, "Here's my entry." I was the first one to accept his challenge. He will not accept my challenge of how to prove measurable curvature and sea level. Measurable being the key word, 1 inch being the precise measurement. He can't prove 1 inch. So he won't accept that challenge. I accepted his challenge, and here he is 4 or 5 days later and still hasn't addressed my accepting his challenge. But boy, is he trolling my page awful hard. That's called BHS. For you people who don't know what BHS is, that's a major case of butt hurt syndrome.
BHS. I'll remember that.
Uh, so how's Justin doing tonight?
Oh, about ready to lay her down. We went out to the bar. They my small town here, they don't ever get anybody at the bar anymore, but they had some benefit tonight, and there was quite a few people up there. And me and the girl, we went, and today was the funeral for her mom passing, so I said, well, we ought to go up here, have a few drinks. Well, we sat in the parking lot for about an hour and watched several different intoxicated individuals come out behind the barn, go pee besides cars and stuff. That was, they got little one man bathrooms in this little small town. But it was a good time. Of course, she drinks like a fish when any other time, but she can't keep up with me. She ended up almost puking. Had to nurse her back to the couch. She's down there sawing logs. Shit, babe, I was just getting started. She likes them Red's apple ales.
Ooh.
I like cooking with them in ribs. You ever make some ribs or pulled pork with that shit, man?
Yeah, that's what you was telling me. I drink the old vodka straight myself, the old cheap shit.
Me
Give me
too.
give
But
me
I
a
haven't
half gallon for $10 and it lasts me about a week. Her $10 a six pack. I'm like, shit, you're spending $100 on my 10.
Yeah. Plus, there's all kinds of stuff in that. When you're drinking it, I could see cooking with it. That sounds good because there's like good flavors in those ales.
Yeah.
But drink it, I don't know, man. I've never been like a fancy drink person, like kind of girl. Like, oh, I gotta have those like expensive wine coolers with a flavored rum, blah blah blah. Because they put sulfites in that stuff. I'm allergic to it. And I'm just better off drinking like clear rum or vodka right out of the bottle or chasing it with something and take a shot. That's
I
done.
like it. I like it with tea, sweet tea.
Yeah, you were saying that.
Absolutely kills the taste of alcohol. It's pretty nice.
I'll be back, you two.
Yeah, I was in a hangout earlier offline and had some strange stuff happen. I think an individual had some way to where he could listen to our hangout. He was in the hangout and then he dropped out, but he was still listening to it. I know that for a fact, but it was kind of strange. But I don't know if he's just weird or what was going on, but I know what I know, and I know that he was listening in even though he wasn't in the hangout. Because he was answering questions on the back chat that we were talking about in the hangout that he wasn't even in. Like, what the hell are you doing? Are you that bored or are you freaking working for somebody? It was really odd.
And I was just walking away when you said using Hangout had some strange stuff happen. You see where I'm letting the troll snipe me again? I got them in the last hour. I'll throw the link out right in chat. Say, come on, trolls. And I'm screen recording it. I ain't even attempting to stop them, beat them to the eject button. Vinny's I got the Hangout link open on the side chat, and he's recording the side chat, and I'm recording the Hangout, and we're just letting them right on through, and just proving how childish they are, and proving that I'm right. You know, they just hate somebody having a different opinion to where this is the best they can do. Figure I'd get about 4 or 5 more snipings. But what I'm going to do starting Monday, I got to thinking about it. I'm making it just freaking easy for them. I'm going to make them work for it. So I'm going to get like the snipe wheel. And last hour of the hangout, I'm going to say, all right, let's spin the snipe wheel to see if the snipers get a free link today in their opportunity. Then get some loser music to come up. Nope, not today.
But here's something really funny. One night I was hanging out with Dan Falkenbach, and so anyway, he's like, I think I might want to close this thing down. So anybody want to join? And he throws the link in there, right? So I throw on some Mad Echo, and Tommy jumped in there and started, shut it down, use those last couple of seconds, to give his like little lecture thing. And Dan's laughing. He goes, that fucker played right into my hands because I was just getting ready to shut the thing down. He just played right into my hands. What an asshole. He just played right into my hands. I was laughing so fucking hard. Yeah, I was like, yeah, okay, yeah.
What if they throw up some copyright or some porn or something like that though? They can't do that.
Well, you don't have to present the video if they do something like that. I mean, you can just talk your video.
Hillbilly said he throws the link out there. Well, if they come in there and screen share.
Oh, you can turn the features off to where once they come in, they can't be heard nor seen until you give them permission once they get in. If you go to the control panel, it's the very top box. So it will be, or not the top box, is it? It's the second box when you got the control panel. Anyways, it looks like a camera icon. You click that, and then you just uh, block their camera to where their icon's not even visible on the Hangout until you give them permission. So the watch page can't even tell they jumped on, and their mic is immediately muted, and they
It's like
can't unmute
invisible. It's like making it invisible.
Yeah. I had to learn that one real quick because remember back last summer when they first did come on like that, that's what their MO was before they figured out how to shut the Hangouts down. They would come on and flash porn.
There you go.
Yep. If they had a legitimate argument, they would bring it. They don't. So they have to bring a childish mentality, and that's the best they got. For some reason, I'm 57 years old. I have no freaking want or will to act like an immature child.
Yeah, we grow out of that stuff.
That's why it was kind of hard when, Dick Earth was funny at first, the first day or so. But boy, them younger guys, they just wore that shit out. I was sick of hearing that on the second day. They kept that stuff going for months.
I think I heard some people chatting about that in chats. Never heard anybody talk about it, but I think I got annoyed with it. Well, when people were doing that. I
You
don't know.
got
First as a joke, and then it gets old.
got annoyed with Dick Earth? Are you kidding me?
Did
That started an LSC's chat, you know.
it? See, he's in chat.
Dick Earth reality.
He's in chat.
Oh, yeah?
LSC?
Yeah, at least he claims it to be him. Said something about that he's not on his main account, but I didn't check out his account, so I don't know who he's talking to.
Well, I did subscribe to his channel a long time ago, and he does put out some quality videos, even though they are probably CIA.
Look what he put in text now. Pussy Earth is more reality or more
That's
real.
him. It's hollow.
LSC, I ain't gonna knock you, buddy. You got your own gig and you stick to it, and I respect that.
But I think he attacks flat Earth too hard. If he's gonna, I can understand attacking objecting models, but where's he attacking globe Earth at?
Every day.
Yeah, and water's
No,
flat. I hate to tell you, water's flat. I don't give a shit what way light bends. Water is fucking flat.
yeah, yeah. I can't say I've ever seen in one of his videos where he attacks globe Earth. It's always flat Earth, or to prove concave Earth. But where's his attack on globe Earth?
Yeah, he definitely hits flatters a lot harder than globers. I think I have seen him attack globers, but not
I've
near.
seen him attack globers, definitely.
No, no, video though. Maybe, yeah, I can agree in comments. Yeah, I'm right there with him side by side. The bitch slap a glober, but I mean, we both got a claim that's out of the ordinary. Instead of fighting us, team up
You
with
gotta
us.
admit though, that model of his is fucking pretty
Oh,
pretty fucking.
okay, so he has some great 3D graphic skills or has access to a team of individuals that has 3D graphic skills. Whatever the case is, it doesn't prove nothing except for he's got a pretty video.
Yeah, it's good Star Wars shit.
Yeah, he claims to flip the fish tank upside down, but in reality, all she did is stole somebody else's video and inverted it 180 degrees in some video editing software. He didn't flip a
LS,
fish. He didn't flip a tank upside down. He flipped a movie file upside down.
LSC, if that's really you, bro, I like your model, except for water's flat, bro. You can't fucking make water bend, especially in a stationary
That,
concave fucking sphere.
in my opinion, his horizon should always exceed above eye level.
He wants to use that bending light shit, but that don't account for water bending, buddy.
You can, like I said, the denser the atmosphere, that's closer to the Earth's surface, light bends down. That's why he needed to flip his video upside down to get his light to bend up. He didn't get light to bend up. He flipped a video, therefore flipping the results of the video. And when you flip it back on the upside or right side up, that light only bends down. So his argument, light bends, doesn't work.
Well, I don't even think light even bends unless it has a circuit to bend through in the first place.
Well, yeah, and it needs the atmospheric condition.
It doesn't travel. It's not a fucking particle. Okay? And it's just there. It exists in the field. It's radiation. Light doesn't do a damn thing until
Reflect.
it hits, unless the radiation that's expressed in the field is in contact with a mass that it doesn't penetrate. Therefore, you see an object with your eyes, or it appears there. I mean, we have eyes to see light. A blind person doesn't see light. So it doesn't matter to a blind person about light. Try to explain light to a blind person or somebody who can barely see at all, might only see in shadows or just be able to detect that there is light there.
Yeah, but then you have to define the word clear to them, because they would have the sense, okay, light's something blurry.
Well, light bends in a glass. You can put a straw in a glass, okay?
Right.
And
Well,
it
it needs
appears that
water.
the light is bending. You put a straw in the glass, and it appears that the straw is broken. It's an optical illusion. Straw isn't broken. It's an expression of what is happening via the radiative properties of the light. Okay. So it's almost like we have frequencies for radios, frequencies with sound. Light is the highest frequency we've been able to detect so far. It's even higher than radiation. Okay, you can't see radiation. You can't see light. You can't see radio waves. Okay, you can't see light.
Yeah.
Light
You see the
field
reflection
perturbation.
off of it.
Now, if Mr. Lord Stephen Christ can explain the field properties of light, I would be more than happy to talk to him about it. But you already shot me. I'm already shutting him down on that because you don't know fucking shit about light. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. I wonder if he ever tried to explain sunrise or sunset, because in his model, with the sun being inside of Earth, how would it come over a horizon? It would always be in your sky. Whatever it is that comes over that funny little center round disk that the sun orbits around on in his model, explaining why you don't have a 24-hour daylight in his model. So how does it come over the horizon? Because the horizon is not that round object in the center. I bet he doesn't have a video where he explains sunrise and sunset in his model.
I think he does, but I think it has to do more with it being like a spotlight.
But how does he get it to hit the horizon like that?
I don't know. I've watched a few of his videos because, I like alternative ways of thinking and looking at things. You might find, like Sarah Silverman said, you never know where the next, milk is going to come from. It could be in your cat's ear.
Tone Overdrive in the house.
Hi, Tone.
Where'd Justin do? Drop out? He must have been ready to pass out. I just now realized he dropped out. Pussy. Drink a few drinks and drop out.
Come back on here and debate us, Justin.
I wonder what time it is. Let's see. 5:45 in the morning.
Yep. But another hour, I'll be under the covers, rolled up in a ball.
Yeah, I did my wake and bake about, hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, so I'll probably be ready for a nap.
That sounds like a good idea, just put a little fuel on the fire there. That's a good idea. Thanks. All I gotta do, the pool's over there. Hold on, I'll be right back. Yeah, I had to climb over the couch.
Helio wants in. Anybody got a way to get hold of Helio? See if you got a.
Well, Helio's skeptic.
See if you got a about page button on his page.
If if you
Yeah.
were involved in the last hangout, when was that?
Here, I got it.
Last
I got
night
a
to
link
early
for you.
morning. The link will be in there. That's where Dave put it.
If not, I just sent the link to your private messages on your channel, Helios.
There you go.
Just go to your YouTube channel, go to your video manager, to community, to messages, and you'll see the link there.
Do you regularly check that, Hillbilly? Because that's where I'm going to send you that stuff from Carol.
Yeah, they got to have the about button on their channel. Some of the newer channels don't have the about button.
Right. Yeah, I established mine, back in 2011 or something?
Yeah. I've had too many of them shut down. I've been on YouTube since 2006 or 7 when it first came out.
Yeah.
Doing 9/11 videos and stuff like that. I've had too many accounts shut down, bogus copyright strikes.
Oh.
When I'm utilizing nothing more than public documents that can be found either in the Library of Congress or by capital government state facilities such as the Sandy Hook, Connecticut final report, that's an official public document. You download it from the Connecticut State Police official website. I utilized information in it. I utilized a name stated in it. I didn't go out and try to and track the individual down and insert their name. The report says their name. But yeah, I got a violation of privacy copyright or strike, right? I violated somebody's privacy.
Wow.
By reading what was on a public document, I violated somebody's privacy. It's the head honcho from the Danbury Hospital. What the heck? Yeah, David Burnin, yeah.
On a deeper level, there's two occurrences that fall, okay? There was that Sandy Hook, and then there was Hurricane Sandy. What
Yeah, right before
Sandy code word for?
I don't know what the code word is for, but you do realize or do know that thanks to Hurricane Sandy, Governor Malloy was in a state of, or put the state in a state of emergency. State of emergency allows him to write executive orders.
Yep.
And while he was writing those executive orders, storm related, he was also writing executive orders Sandy Hook School, Connecticut related too.
Yeah.
That's
so
a
Sandy has
clue.
a code word for something,
Yeah,
because they came too close together.
month.
Yeah. And that was an engineered storm because you know what? I'm in Michigan and we got hit so hard. I lost a piece of fence. It was like a dang tornado coming through. It was wind shears coming from it.
Mm.
And it lasted for like 2 days. And it was nuts. And I've never heard, I don't know anybody, and even our meteorologists, like, we've never had a nor'easter hurricane affect us here like this. Like, it's happening on us.
Yeah,
Winds
they
driving
steered it inland.
winds. All the way here?
Nah. Well, that's go look at the harp. The harp's got something called the chronometer or something like that. They actually show you the meter to where they register, regulate how many wattages they were putting out. It's directional. It has a north, south, and a west on it. It
And
does
there's
not.
also mini ones that they can transfer back and forth. And then there's those big Nexrad balls where they can turn them damn things on and off and drive stuff.
Yeah.
It was a full-on assault.
To steer a hurricane, all she would have to do is create a cold zone, and then in the middle of that cold zone, make a warm path. That hurricane will follow that warm path.
And all you have to do is heat up.
It's fluid in motion. Any fluid in motion will take the path of least resistance. They just cut that path of least resistance.
And cold water is always below warm water. At least for a few minutes. Unless, of course, you were using a stove.
Yeah.
It's reverse water engineering. Thus you get steam. I wonder how many power plants they had fired up full course to drive more moisture in the air.
Hey, Helio, what's up?
I know you're muted.
Hey, sorry, I was just right when I clicked on, I had an emergency here for a second.
No.
Oh, okay.
Spilled a beer.
I mean, no. Well, it kind of was a beer. I spilled my beer, so that was an emergency.
At least it missed board.
And I'm trying to clean it up. But I'm about to go out and smoke a cigarette, and I'll be back shortly, if I may.
That's what I'm going to do here shortly. Go out and smoke.
Well, I got that bowl.
I don't know. You guys ain't talking. I don't know. I'll be back shortly.
Okay. I smoke in the house.
I did until she got sick. Now I can't smoke around her no more.
Does she have to have oxygen?
24/7.
Oh my. I remember how worried you are. I was on Pacho Pizza. I think you came in and you were cutting in and out. You were at the hospital. That's you.
Yeah.
I prayed. I did. I could hear it in your voice.
We thought our final days came there for a minute. It was a hell of a way to bring in the new year. I know that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm glad things are getting better.
Oh yeah, they're a lot better. If you didn't know any better, and she wasn't dragging a 50-foot oxygen hose behind her, you would never know she was sick.
Yeah, that's good. Up and going around.
Yeah, she got her energy back. Everything other than she's on permanent oxygen, blood thinners for the rest of her life, steroids for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, steroids make her swell up, so she's got to take water pills. So water pills for the rest of her life, but she's looking good. You know, the whole time we've been together, she's smaller than I am, and you know I'm skinny. So she's never been over 100 pounds.
Oh man.
She quit smoking and got her health back. She's actually up to 120 pounds. She's looking pretty good.
Wow. Getting curves, huh?
Yeah.
Hillbilly has seen the curvature, everyone.
Yeah, I found the curvature. I just reach over and pat mom on the backside anymore. That board, that flat as a board, just grew some curves.
Hey, Scott. I mean,
Yeah.
tell you, I was in Little Rock, and
I'm not there anymore. I'm up here. I'm living with my mother now. She had back surgery about 3 months ago, and she is in a lot of pain constantly. And I actually came up here to take care of her. I lost my job there in Little Rock, and so she's doing a lot better now. And it sounds like your wife's doing a lot better now, and that's great.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And my mother's doing a lot better now, and she, you know, imagine, okay. And I heard you talk about the other day. Sure, you know, somebody asked you if your wife's like, is she a flat earther? And you're like, hell no. My mom don't even give a shit about it, man. She just doesn't fucking care about that shit, man.
She don't care about politics or none of it.
No, yeah, she doesn't want to hear a freaking word, you know. And now I'm living with her, you know, and the only time that I remember, one time I was talking to her about it, and she was like, that sounds really scary. And I'm like, well, fuck yeah, it's scary, you know, shit. It's the fucking demon shit, you know, it's the end of the world, you know, it's the whole demonic process of the flat earth is the end of the, you know, end of the pyramid of the system, you know what I mean? It's the end of but it's the beginning of knowledge at the same time. So you go to the end and then you find the beginning at the same time. But there's so many hundreds of millions of people that are just following the path, you know. I don't know. I'm going to shut up and you guys maybe have something to say about that.
My prediction is pretty much around 23, 24 will be like the apex of what's going to change. So? And then the thereafter is all, you know, a lot of people are going to be confused, but it'll be a good chance to teach young people and overhaul our science system. Academia.
That's why I hope the eclipse of 2024 happens exactly the way they got it predicted. Now, they're getting most of their predictions here lately 100% wrong. I hope that they're right on 2024. The shadow or the umbrum is going to go mainly southwest, more north than northeast, right? And so it brings up finally the legitimate question. If the moon is never more than 6 degrees off of the Earth's elliptical plane as it's on a 6 degree orbit of Earth, of its orbital tilt, how in the hell is it going from south to north? Major problem.
So how about if we be teachers and our sun tracking and moon tracking, high moon and high noon, all these things, you know, rises, sets, different elevations of these two bodies, you know, just by calculating them the way we're doing, can really, I mean, we'd probably be able to hone on that very, very well.
Hey, Billy, man, and Felix, have you seen the sun and the moon in the same sky with the other side of the moon lit?
Yes.
You've seen it the other day.
I have too. I'm waiting for it again so I can film it. But you've all witnessed it, right?
I was in a park up in Somerset, and I got it. It was really weird because I was focusing in on the water because I like to record water moving and like, you know, the little sparkles and all that. But I like to really clear streams and waterfalls and things like that. It's like one of my pet things. Oh, and they have a really cool fountain in this park too. And it, you know, it comes from the center and it fans out. It's really huge. And then they turn it off for a little while. But anyway, yeah, recording this river and stuff. I'm like, whoa, the moon and the sun's up.
That's impossible in a heliocentric model. That's
I laid down on the grass on my back, and I looked over at the sun, and I looked over at the moon, and it was opposite it was like the you know how the moon is in that phase, and it's kind of got like a concave appearance to it. You know, if it was well lit a little bit, you know, you would get that what they call like our earth shine. Yes, it was like opposite. So that really made me start thinking about something Eric Dollard had said about counter space and charging. I'm just wondering if, like, the darker part of the moon that we see, like, through the phases, are points that need to be charged.
Yeah, but we always see the same side of the moon. They claim that it's spinning just like the Earth is.
I don't know who they are. I just go by my
Who's
own.
they? Yeah. Who is they? That's the question I get all the time. Who's they?
You know, when I was a little kid, I used to love Teaser and the Fire Cat, that little cartoon made by Cat Stevens. When I'm being followed by a moon shadow.
You know what? Cat Stevens
comes down. There's
projected himself as
of the moon. You know, it gets caught up on a couple of places, and you know, it finally goes back where it belongs. But I don't know. That's I don't know. It's like a your childhood vision. I saw that cartoon. I don't know what the agenda behind that was. Or just pure entertainment, or just being silly about like
comedians are more honest than. I mean, there is always an element of truth in their comedy. Of course, it wouldn't be funny, but they always project a version of reality, and actually, when and it's funny that they would it's almost like they're putting out there, but they can't totally come out, just like Shaq, coming out saying the Earth's flat. I mean, you know how many times he said the Earth is flat in that interview the other day? He said it like 6 or 7, 10 times maybe. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. He kept saying it over and over. Now he's not a comedian professionally, but comedians do that. They put a false reality out there, but there's always an element of truth there, because there wouldn't be funny otherwise. I can't expound on that in that way, but does that make sense? Well, either way.
Well, for the most part, people like to laugh at themselves, right? And when you look at government, the true joke is upon us. So all they're doing is using reality to make us laugh at ourselves. This is part of the big boys club, and you and me, we ain't members. Okay, that's truth, but who's actually got
George Carlin?
Yeah, so who's got the last laugh? Boys in the big boys club.
Exactly. So
I don't even think they're big boys. I think they're fearful. I think they're fearful little nerd pods that they're all
okay. Well,
they're all pink and paranoid.
Everybody would be in the same situation if you had a mob coming rushing at you, whether they're carrying torches or guns. You're going to be feared. We outnumber them. We are the mob.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Exactly. When if I asked you, Hillbilly, these guys, say like Shaq, he knows the Earth is flat, and that's why he kept saying it over and over and over again. And then he came back out now and said, "I was just fucking with you." He
I know
wasn't.
he was fucking with us in the.
Everybody knows the fucking Earth's flat, man. When you look at it,
Watch it again and listen to his tone of voice and his posture and everything else. He's being a total smartass.
it just doesn't.
Don't take nothing he said seriously. You're reading like a damn book.
He's really good
caught-
at playing basketball.
I caught just a few minutes of Dale's hangout today. I didn't get a chance to hang around for very much of it at all, but kind of ironic. That's what he was talking about. And he wished the sports stars would keep their mouth shut until they educate themselves a little bit more. Loves the idea that they will talk about it, but he hates the idea that they're uninformed as they're talking about it.
You know, whether I think they're more informed than they actually project because they're not willing and that's what he was saying, that they're not willing to sacrifice themselves.
Just saying the earth is flat is putting yourself in a position of sacrificing yourself, right?
Yeah.
So now make it the legitimate point, and it's harder for them to sacrifice you. Name one legitimate point Shaq brought up.
That's what I meant.
Well, actually, I can name one. He drove from here to there, every point that he's been to on the earth, and just like we all have. You look everywhere you can see, unless you're in mountains. Well, I mean, it looks flat to everyone else, and nobody experiences, just like Vegan Warrior always talks about the five senses, we experience the world as flat.
Yeah. I mean, did you catch vegan? Did you catch vegans hangout the other day? Why I'll no longer call myself a flat earther.
Yeah, and that's a very good point.
Well, does not go against his five senses. He tells you when he talks about his five senses, you have to trust your five senses. But his hangout, why he won't call himself a flat earther anymore, is because he cannot prove flat earth. What you want us to trust our senses. Our senses allows us to look, observe, and measure water, and it indicates it's flat. So we can prove that it's flat. He's not going to call himself a flat earther anymore.
Well, yeah, he was talking more about like realm, like the. He sounds more like, I don't know. It seems like things are kind of splintering into things like realms. Like the realm is flat, you know.
Well,
like,
it's a realm.
He doesn't want to label. He don't want to label.
You're welcome, the label. Yeah, exactly.
Welcome our guest today, Flat Earther, Vegan Warrior. Where maybe you know what I'm saying. Because the way mainstream has been acting, you know what I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe some people are kind of like resisting like a label like Flat Earth.
I can respect the fact that you don't want to make a claim on something you cannot prove, but that does. But just prior to that, saying you have to trust your five senses and not the authoritarian figure. There is aspects of the heliocentric model that is proven, such as flat as mandated by water. Not saying the land surface. That's why I disagree with saying that Shaq offered any proof by saying, I drive from California to Florida all the time and it's flat here, it's flat there. No, it's not. He goes over mountain ranges. He may go through the flats of Utah, but once he starts getting back into Texas, it's rolly for the rest of the way. Small rollers, but nonetheless rolly. It's not flat.
But without scientism, would you ever experience the Earth as flat? Would you ever even think that it was?
Would you ever think it was round without scientism?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you would never even consider the subject.
Kansas isn't even like really flat unless you take all the the land mass and the
Yeah,
altitude.
so it
You know what I'm
requires an
saying?
actual measurement, is what I'm getting at. You can't just say it's flat by observation.
Yeah, it's very rolly in Kansas. But the thing is certain areas of Kansas where it's very rolly, you can see that sky out forever. So if you're, driving at a time, where, the sun's going out of, view there, and seeing a pinpoint or certain place.
Felix,
I mean,
you are near a large lake.
I'm in between
Uh,
two.
yeah, and Scott, you are not. I'm landlocked as well as you are. I'm in
I'm
Arkansas.
pretty damn close to Lake Erie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Same
well, I've
lake
been
she
to Lake.
is.
Yeah,
It's
You only
it's
do,
not
we can
far
go
from
hell,
there,
me,
but
me and Felix live relatively close to each other.
yeah. But at the same time, we just like I was saying, you wouldn't experience the Earth as a ball. Just walk. You would like if you didn't had never heard of anything of this thing, if you hadn't been through the education system, like man, I'm gonna find out how far I can go. If you were just like a person that didn't know, hadn't been brought up in the education system, you took a walk. You're like, well, man, it goes uphill here and downhill there, and then you walked up on a beach, on either a very large lake or on the ocean, and you walked up to it, and you looked out, and all you can see is water, and it's at your eye level. And you were, I'm gonna build a canoe or a boat, kind of like in the movie where, or
You might
whatever
not
movies.
want to do that on the Great Lakes.
You're gonna take off on the boat, and every time, and as far as you can go on that water, you're every as far as you can get, the water is always gonna be at your eye level, as far as you can go.
And it's
I mean,
really
come on, man. It's not round. It's flat. I mean, it's just like you can't get far enough to find out that it's round. It's just not true.
what's really cool is getting a freighter boat on Lake Michigan from 100 foot above lake level light tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got enough of the biggest man-made lake east of the Mississippi is only 20 miles from me. We can definitely see all the way across it. No doubt, as I'm down sitting on the closest rocks on the calmest days to the water's level, I can see clear over to the other side of the lake to the rocks at the water level. That's over 8 miles.
Yeah. There's no fucking curvature, man.
Yeah.
None.
And that's the last thing I like about St. Mary's Lake. On the calmest days, it is like a sheet of glass. If there wasn't a boat out there, there wouldn't be a ripple in the water.
Pretty. Get pictures?
You can look at them online, yeah. It's Grand Lake St. Mary's, biggest man-made lake east of the Mississippi. Right now, they're having a water issue.
What?
It's not safe to swim or fish in there.
Is it because it's a runoff kind of like reservoir?
Yeah, pollution.
Damn people.
That's what I said we was going to do if we did do that meeting. Go from the Neil Armstrong Space Museum to Grand Lake St. Mary's, the biggest man-made lake, uh, less than 15 miles away from the Armstrong Museum. So that wouldn't be much of a drive for anybody. And then have utilize one of the shelter houses, have a quick lunch, and then try to reflect the sunlight across the lake from mirror to mirror. In other words, if it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, have the projection mirror on the east side of the lake and try to reflect it back to the other mirror to where its face would be faced away from the sun. If you can get it to hit this mirror from water line to water line, from edge to edge, there's absolutely no curvature in there.
Hey, Hillbilly, I think it's been proven already, and that's what's so frustrating.
I
Because-
realize that it's just another nail in the coffin is what I was getting at.
The more beautiful videos you can get like that with experiment, that proves it, that's one more piece of valid information out in this ether world of computer networks and media. Have to keep doing it. We just and then forget about it.
You don't build a coffin and only use one nail.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, seriously though, there's like, how many nails do you need? I mean, there is no freaking curvature over water.
Enough until the coffin's nailed shut. Is the coffin nailed shut yet?
Well, how many trolls are we gonna freaking feed on the internet to nail the coffin shut? Listen, man, we have thousands, and actually there are millions of flat earthers now. Honestly, in my opinion, there are millions now.
Mm-hmm.
Millions. Millions. And so they're not coming out like we are, but there are millions.
You can't be upset with other people for expressing their beliefs in the way they feel best. That's exactly what I see you're doing. Well, they're not here, but
yeah, it's tough. I mean, honestly, the only people I talk to that are flat earthers are you guys. I don't know anybody personally, here in my world.
Somebody, or you talk to somebody about flat Earth, and you just brought up a few points, and it just hits them, and then they start looking into things. But let's say, first of all, your friend doesn't even have a Gmail address for a YouTube account, or even a camera, or you know what I'm saying, ability to carry out the experiments. But what they gain is knowledge. So the more knowledge that people have packed in their heads, the more that things start shifting in the favor of truth.
How often do you guys get on some of these live chats here on YouTube and see every single day, if not dozens, it's hundreds of new people that you haven't seen before in the live chats?
Yeah, and then you click over to their thing, to make sure they're not a troll.
I do that too.
Established account for a while, and it's just all of a sudden they've realized something. Come across a lot of those people.
Yeah. I mean, and so just to make sure, I click on their channel and to make sure, and see, especially when they're asking questions in the live chat, it sound like legitimate questions instead of some trolley question. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then I click on that, and then I look at it, and I'm like, all right. And then sometimes I'll sub to them, but if there's only one or two subscribers, and I'm like, I'm gonna wait until maybe I'll see something again that I'll sub to their channel, which I may or may not go look at it, but every time I sub, they're gonna get a message that I sub to their channel, and then maybe they'll come back and sub to my channel, because they're going to get an email that says I sub to their channel, so that's just the way it works.
Yeah, and they'll get more information from you. I have a backup channel that only has 3 subs on it. I encourage anybody, if I use that, I usually don't, like in chats or anything. A couple of them I do, just because, I don't like my main account being bombarded with things that don't even have to do with the video that's being presented. If I have a lawnmower video and you come and show some stuff calling me names or calling me a retard when I'm mowing a freaking lawn. It has nothing to do with
Yeah,
any.
well, my real channel
Can't
is
you
me,
just get
Dennis Cash.
on your
I have a
stuff?
real Dennis Cash channel, but I also have my Helios Skeptic channel. And that's my channel that I go and look for
Yes,
everybody
the
on. But I
troll
have
me,
another channel, but
right. If somebody's gonna
that's probably
troll
two
me,
channels I have.
tell me that I'm running my John Deere too rich or something, or just tell me that my way of throwing leaves is inefficient. Remark on that. Don't come on there and call me a flat Earth retard and whatever. It's not even a flat Earth video, just because I
I
might
welcome that
in
shit.
a hangout, right? Just because I might be in a chat room or something, and I type something, somebody disagrees with it. Oh, they automatically go over to your channel and they gotta leave all kinds of nasty comments. What the fuck is that garbage? Who got time for that?
Yeah, it's like I have a Facebook page with my real name on it, and I have 300 friends on the Facebook page. I have another Facebook page that's connected to my YouTube channel for the Helo Skeptic channel, and I don't have very many subs on that page, or friends on that page, and it's not really important to me because what's important to me is talking to people like you that because I'm not here to convert anyone. I'm here to meet people that have seen, that are awake and see that, I'm not big. I'm just so fascinated. I was for so many years, I was standing alone and trying to, I wasn't even trying to spread a message because it was impossible to spread the message because they could not fucking see. But now I've found people to see that can see, and now I can talk to them without having to try to convince them. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Okay. So I don't have to convince you. We have a lot to talk about otherwise, but I mean, now I have my YouTube channel now that's just I don't make videos and all that shit, but I utilize it to come in here and talk to other people that I can relate to, because it's very rare that I can have these kind of conversations with other people in the real world. But this is the real world because you are real people, and Scott and Felix, you guys are fucking awesome.
Thanks. You're cool too. Get to know people now,
Hey Scott, by the way, fucking Sandy Hook, man, I was at work that day. As soon as I heard, I was already awake, and but not awake to flat Earth, of course, but when that shit happened, as soon as I heard a fucking retard went in and shut up the school, I was like, motherfucker, this is a fucking lie. Pardon my French. But damn. And me and I was married at the time. My wife, man, by the end of the day, that day, we were watching CNN and shit. And she, before I even said a word, was like, that nurse behind the green screen with the green screen behind her. Oh man, she was convinced. She already knew.
Yeah.
Sally Cox.
Yeah, she knew. She was like, "Oh man, because I came home from work going, man, this Sandy Hook shit. We got to look at this. We were watching this, and man, we were already going, holy shit."
It's easy to prove. It's easy to prove her a liar by utilizing a report.
Oh my God.
By utilizing the report against the report, she goes on to indicate that she saw the shooter because she made that press conference. She saw the shooter.
She was hiding under
Hold on, please. She says that she saw the shooter by hiding under her desk, and she looked through the computer a hold for the coaxes to run through in her desk, and she's seen a shooter wearing blue jeans, not camo pants, blue jeans. She states, well, if you look at the crime scene photos of her desk, her front of her desk goes all the way to the floor, and there's no hole for it through it for the computer wires. There is no hole for her to look through. The lady lied.
She was a liar. Man, all of them are liars. You can tell. You don't even have to look at forensically. You can tell by the look on their face that they're lying.
But you can't take their face to a court of law and enter it into
I
evidence.
know
There's
that.
statements in the report you can. So you got to look at it that way.
You have to, of course, but you can tell that they. I mean, yeah, Sandy Hook was.
Recognition into the court as evidence.
Yeah, you can use their statements against them because they're sworn statements. That's what I love about it. When I say that the cops lie, not am I only saying the cops lie, I'm saying they lied in a sworn statement. That's perjury.
Yeah, it was funny when I got home that night, and like I think I called my wife that day when I was at work, and I was like, "Man, this Sandy Hook shit." I mean, because we were already skeptical, because she already knew about 9/11. You know, we'd already been talking about that shit, and so I was waiting for the next false flag, and
Waiting.
and so I got home, and like we were obsessed with that. We were looking at all the news footage, Fox News and CNN, everything. Which CNN is the capital, you know. And anyway, and so something they had. Man, she was like, she's lying. And she's looking at that nurse lady. That supposedly, how long did she sit there, Scott? I mean, she was sitting there for like 4 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah, they
cubby hole.
1:15. She finally came out. No, she went from the cubby hole after the alleged Adam left her office to where she went and hid in the closet. The closet is shared by means of two access doors, one from the main office and one from the nurse's office. The closet's probably 10 by 8, nice size closet, right?
3 fucking hours.
So the cops indicate from the time that they first entered the building at 9:44 up until 1:15, they done in total 5 full sweeps, but they missed the main office closet, the biggest closet in the building. You swept the building.
Which by the way, was right next to where they came in, their entrance point, right? The office is right next to it.
You can see the office door straight in front.
Part. That is, wow.
Yeah.
Right past her.
5 full sweeps, but didn't sweep the biggest biggest closet in the building, the most obvious closet in the building.
Oh man, we're fucked.
Well, just utilize Officer Seabrook's dash cam against them. Study the timeline. Listen to the audio of the dash cam compared to the claims made by the timeline. Look at Officer Seabrook's statements where he says, then Lieutenant or Sergeant Bungled Bahama, I think it was Bahama, notified this is real. Cops don't call and ask for assistant backup set by saying this is real. They may say false alarm if it's not real, but they never confirm a shooting to be real. They send a backup required, yeah. But if you listen to the audio, that's never said. Lieutenant or Officer Seabrook is directed according to the timeline to go to the back side of the school and come up Crestwood Drive instead of Dickinson Drive. According to the timeline, he confirms that over the radio before getting to the school. Yeah. But his own dash cam video footage shows no, he didn't come up the backside of school. No, he never replied on the radio, and he came up the front side of the school. If the cops are given a destination to establish a perimeter, what destination are they going to go to? The very one they was assigned to, right?
No cops entered that school at all. There was nothing to enter. There was no shooter. It was total bullshit. And it was a bullshit story from the beginning, right? They made that shit up, right?
Well, they try to tell you the school was totally locked, right? But if you look at the first three cops reported to enter the building, all three of them, all of them indicate or have flaws within their story that don't confirm one another. But the only thing they're consistent
they were probably out there eating sandwiches the whole time. That's all I'm saying. Because yeah, exactly.
Can I finish?
Yeah, I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry.
All right. The only thing they're consistent in is the door that they entered was not locked. That's the one thing they are consistent in all three statements. So how can the media tell us the school was totally locked prior to him entering, but the very three police officers that enter the building indicate just the opposite in their sworn statements?
Okay, Scott, how did they enter the building? How did they enter?
The boiler room back door, the utility door to go into the boiler room, so they claim.
Well, what about where they shot the window out and entered?
That was the Connecticut State Police. 15 Connecticut State Police officers jumped through that shot out window versus walked through the door that was already unlocked at this point.
But at that point, had the shooter already killed himself?
Yeah, the shooter said to have shot himself or committed to. The final shot was heard at 9:41 a.m. The first cops did not enter the building until 9:44, 3 minutes later. Now here comes the funny part about the timeline right there.
Okay.
As the first Connecticut State Police officers get there, it would be Sergeant Caro and Master Sergeant Davis. They're the first ones to enter. They talk about the three Newtown police officers are already inside the building, standing up against the wall, looking down the North Hall. They indicate that one of the officers, Sergeant Davis from Connecticut State Police, indicates that one of the Newtown officers turned around and said, the shooter ducked in the classroom on the left. The only problem being the only person they've talked to or made contact with inside the building at this point is Rick Thorne. Rick Thorne's in the west hallway, not the north hallway. And Rick Thorne reports he never saw Adam. So he can't be the source. He can't be the source of that information. And also the Newtown police, Adam was already dead prior to them entering. So they can't be the source of that information.
Exactly.
So where did the information come from? Or was it a lie?
It was definitely a lie. Because prior to that, they had the car outside where, that was parked in the what they claimed was this car that was,
no parking zone, in front of the gym.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not as astute on it as you, but it's just obviously, you're the master, man, on this. And
no, I can do it all day long.
I know you can, because it's total bullshit. And are you as astute on the Boston Marathon shit as well?
Not all of it, because
I bet you could forensically analyze the Boston Marathon and break it apart just as
there's no official report on the Boston Marathon.
Oh, it's Boston Marathon is even more stupid than the Sandy Hook stuff.
Yeah.
Have you've seen PK Truth stuff, right?
There's a 9/11 official report. That's why I got 9/11 nailed. There's an Oklahoma City official report. I got it nailed. Columbine official story. I got it nailed. Sandy Hook official story. Got it nailed.
And see, we had all this nailed. I mean, I'm not as astute on. I'm able to express it the way you do.
Yeah.
But I knew this stuff before I found flat Earth, right? And then you did as well. It seems like, right?
Yeah.
Am I correct in that in an assumption? So it was like flat Earth hit me in about 2 days. It took me about 2 days, 3 days to find flat Earth, and I was like, holy shit! You know, I mean, I stood up on my couch when I was watching Flat Earth Clues, and I was like, Earth's flat, man. Earth is flat, and NASA's full of shit. And so because I was already where you were with Sandy Hook and Boston bombing and 9/11, that's the big three, like David Weiss. Because I was following David Weiss, and he kept putting the flat Earth shit, and I was like, flat Earth, fuck that shit. I ain't looking at that. That's bullshit. And so that's where we are now. So, but that's freaking hard. It's really hard to man. You get all this shit. It's like, I mean, I was already there where you are with the Boston Marathon and fucking Sandy Hook shit, and I mean, and the fake theater shooting in Colorado and all the other shit. It's like now I have to. Anyway, go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
I'm hoping they'll come out with an official report on the Orlando shooting, but I think Felix was trying to cut in there for a second.
What about Dallas? You remember the Dallas shooting with the cops and all that shit? That shit was fake too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll mute you. Hey, Hillbilly. Thanks.
Yeah.
I gotta go and lay down. I gotta catch my sleep wave. And thanks for hanging out tonight with Dave and everything. And I'm gonna catch you later, all right?
No problem. I'm probably gonna take a nap myself here before too long. My wake and bake start to catch me.
That's what happened to me. Remember, I told you. I said, I gotta help me sleep. So have a good nap, and I'm going to sleep my night.
All right.
Thanks. It's been really cool.
See you later on today.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Felix. But yeah, what do you think about that Dallas shooting with the cops and stuff?
No, the story changed way too many times. That's why, once again, the official story hasn't been released on it. We got reports of elevated shootings, street level shootings, but yeah, only one shooter. Well, that's physically freaking impossible. You know, either one or the other, but you can't have both of them at the same time.
In the same, relatively the same area as the JFK shooting, you know, relatively. And I've been down there, you know, and especially in Texas, I don't trust that shit. And there's other, you know, mainstream media stories that come from Texas. There's a lot of them. I mean, improportionately to a lot of the other hoaxes that go on. Disproportionately, not disproportionately, there's a lot of stories that come out of Texas. You know, so there's something going on down there, man. Texas. Anyway, I'm like you and Felix, man. I'm gonna have to probably go here shortly.
Yeah.
It's 6. Are you an hour ahead of me, or are you in the same time zone?
Yep, 6:40 a.m.
6:40.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm 5:40. But hey, man, honestly, there's some shit, man. I don't know how to spread the message, man. I've been trying to do this for a long time. Prior to Flat Earth, I mean, I saw a meme today. It was like somebody holding their mouth, and it was like, this is me trying to have a conversation without talking about this or that. I'll just hit them Flat Earth. Boom! You know. Does Flat Earth break the whole thing? Or like if somebody new finds out about Flat Earth, how far backwards do they have to go? Because I know that just for me and you, Scott, how far back do they have to go to find out that everything's a lie? Am I making any sense? Or are we still here? Hillbilly. Hey, Hillbilly.
You try to get a hold of Clint later?
Yeah.
Hey, Hillbilly.
Yeah, I had to step
Hear
away
my
just for a
question?
second. No,
Okay,
I stepped away just for a second.
Okay, I'm just making sure. But I was just like, you know, like say if you're introduced to a person and you're, you know, trying to have a conversation, you don't have to. I mean, when you say flat Earth, of course that there is something implied, which you know we all experience it as flat, but that's not something that you have to convince them of at first. But how far?
That shouldn't be the first way that you address them, though, if you want to truly grab their attention. Flat Earth's a turn off to most people.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, what about
get their curiosity rose, and then bring Flat Earth into the subject?
So, okay. Well, what is your view on, say, World War II and some of the deception that went on there? That's when it gets like choppy there for most, even conspiracy people.
First thing I'd ask anybody if I was trying to express my views on World War II is if they ever studied the technology of Hawaii's naval defense system prior to the attack of Pearl Harbor. Once they say no, they're self-omitting. You just bring it to their attention. Okay, that is a form of an admission that you're uninformed. Do you realize that Pearl Harbor was permitted to happen for an excuse to get into a war that's docked by a president that's documented by saying, "I will not take us to war."
What about farther west? What about farther west?
He needed us to be attacked to get us in there.
Exactly.
Then simply point out how the world census, it's not me saying it, it's the world census saying it, from study the Jewish population from 1920 to 1930, 1930 to 1940, and 1940 to 1950, and ask yourself, if allegedly 6 million Jews got gas, how did their population growth continue on the same rate that it was on?
It's impossible.
Shouldn't this number from 1940 to 1950 be a negative 6 million at bare minimum from the 1940 number?
It's a cartoon, man. The whole.
Yeah. I'm not the one that done the world census, but according to the world census, the Holocaust could not have happened.
Okay, I didn't want to, purposely bring you there, but I'm saying, I really want the world to wake up to this bullshit. I mean, it's just it's so obvious. All you have to do is use your eyes and your mind. Come on, man. Thank you for saying that, though.
Yeah.
But beyond that,
People need to study the peace and transfer. Not the peace and transfer. The gosh darn, what the hell's the name of it? Peace and transfer agreement. Yeah, the deal that the German Jew Zionist bankers, the title they gave themselves, not a title I'm bestowing upon them, a title they gave themselves. The German Jew Zionist bankers made a deal with Adolf Hitler
of course, they
to
did.
allow
Exactly.
individuals to buy their passage into what was known as the Great Britain
Palestine.
Mandate of Palestine
Yep.
prior to the creation of Israel in 1948, and which in turn allowed them to go to work camps and have the money earned put into an escrow to buy passage to the state of what commonly known as Israel.
Right.
Nobody can deny the documentation. Now
Not true. Yeah, exactly.
there's ignorant people out there that can make the claim I never read it, I never knew it existed, but nonetheless, it surely indicates what would have happened to the relocation, not determination, of a mass amount of Jews.
Exactly. Hitler never intended to exterminate the Jews. Never.
Well, like I said, I'll never make a claim neither way, but I'll direct people's attentions to the world census each and every time, and you tell me, how's continuous growth possible? Continuous, steady growth that we observe from the 20s to the 30s, from the 30s to the 40s. Well, why did that continue from the 40s to the 50s? You said you just lost 6 million people. It's impossible.
Well, I mean, 6 million. That number's impossible.
You know, it's a convenient number for them. Hey, I'm gonna step outside and smoke a cigar. I've only smoked one cigar since I've been up. I'm about to go nuts.
Yeah, me too. I mean, and this is the end of the beginning. You know what I'm saying? We've discussed a lot of stuff, and that is the end of the beginning, but is the culmination of. I mean, when it comes to the lie about World War II, World War One, and even prior to that, and how we came into this culmination of this new world order, which is really it's like eating a bowl of cereal. You know what I mean? So we have some truths, some facts, some speculations, but I feel like that we are connected on a certain level, because that's why I asked you the question, and I just honestly, for you, Scott, man, I wanted to make sure that I mean, not make sure, but I know where you are, because those internment camps in Germany were for a specific reason. They were not extermination camps. I'm not asking you to commit yourself to that, but they did not.
I just remember
those camps to exterminate Jews. I don't think they did that.
Yeah, I just remember the actual name of the document. It's not the peace and transfer agreement. It's just the transfer agreement. Morning, Jimbo. I'm stepping outside for a cigar. I'm going nuts.
I appreciate you, brother. God bless. Hey, Billy, man. I'll be looking for your show Monday, brother. You're breaking up now. And maybe me or you.
right, everybody, if you'll take your seats, I'd like to thank you for attending Sunday morning Flat Earth Gospel Truth. I would like to start out with saying in today's sermon, we're going to take all the curvature to be found in earth and throw it in the river. And then we're going to take all the spin of earth and throw it in the river. Now, if you would, turn your hymn books to page 37 and sing along with me. We gather at the river where there's no Coriolis to be found. Boy, that sucked, hillbilly. That sucked. 17 people just sitting around. I bet most of you is asleep, ain't you? 18 people. Well, that last person, they can't be asleep. They just entered. Fluoride-free toothpaste, where you will not get poisoned. Anybody want to join? If not, I'm going to take off my darn self. No one wants to join. I'm going to go check out this shooting incident that they had during Cincy that Spectacle was talking about. Do this. Just do a quick background check. Oop. I want to stop. Cincinnati. "25 minutes ago, updates on victims in the Cincinnati nightclub shooting." "15 people hurt, 1 person killed." Inconclusive. Too much inconclusive material. Sure would think that there'd be some more live coverage of cops first pulling on the scene. I ain't finding none of that yet. Talking about Cincinnati, a town that's got all the major news affiliates. Cincinnati, I know for a fact, has all the major news affiliations. Fox, NBC, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS. They got them all down there. But not one of them captured live footage of police arriving on scenes from a news organization that you know somebody's job is to sit back and listen to the police scanners at all times. Now here's a conflict. I just ran across a story. It says multiple shooters inside the nightclub. And the last story I just listened to, it's confirmed there was only one shooter. Not saying one way or another, but they're definitely conflicting. You cannot have multiple in one story and one confirmed only one shooter in the other story. All right, now let's do the Google News search for it. ABC 1 hour ago. So the lieutenant of the city police is tweeting details. Details is to be held confidential until they know what to rule out. But let's see, at 6:25 a.m., which would have been about 25 minutes ago, the lieutenant tweeted, update. Motive is still unclear, but there is no indication this incident was terrorist related. Cameo's update 4 minutes prior to that. Only one person or one reported shooter at this time. Okay, the story that the tweets are associated to, Captain Kimberly William has said there was multiple shooters. But the lieutenant, here, let me do a screen share of this. Let's see, do this without passing out Dave's link. Let's see here. Or give them half of a link if they want half of it. Let's see. Oh, I went to application, didn't I? Screen share, just plain screen share. Okay, present to everyone. All right. Here it's, let me show you, I am on the story. 1 dead, 14 injured in shooting in Cincinnati. Story came out at 6:46 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which was about 20 minutes ago, 23 minutes ago. So, right here, it says, Captain Kimberly Williams has said there was multiple shooters in this story. But down here, tweeted at 6:21 a.m., just a couple minutes before the story was ran, the lieutenant from the Cincinnati police reports cameo update. Only one reported shooter at this time. Is that not the oxymoron, people? The yin of the yang? Ooh, delayed media coverage. Well, that's pretty much protocol to what we've seen on Sandy Hook and Oklahoma City bombing. And here we got delayed media coverage in Orlando, another city that we know had all the major news affiliates within miles of the location of the shooting, but yet video footage didn't start until a convenient time from an organization who chases ambulances. Yeah, okay. But anyways, inconclusive at this time, but boy, do we have conflicting reports from people said to be authoritarians. Get your story right, people. Let's see. Lost Dave's chat now. There we go. Clicked the wrong tab. Clicked off the chat tab. Yeah, not to mention closed caption TV everywhere, like Awakening pointed out. It is Cincinnati, a town that had a referendum to vote for just that. More cameras, please. Big brother, keep an eye on me. But that was mainly due to all the accusations on hate crimes by white cops on the black individuals. It was pretty rampant down there about the last 10 years. Being that it's local, somewhat local for me, 100 miles south of me. I can see clearly now the false shootings has begun. Lies found within official reports. The media is gonna lie to you every day. Well, people, I think I'm about bored shitless. Sorry to leave you hanging. I know there's no other place to go, but I gotta go. Have a good day. Know what to do? Well, at least you have a place to text if somebody comes along. The hangout will still be going. If anybody wants to link for the hangout, I know you. I'll be more than happy to pass it to you. Or maybe Dave will be waking up here before too long. He's been in bed, what, about 4 or 5 hours now. How long the hell has this hangout been going anyways? 5 hours. Well, he couldn't been in bed 5 hours ago, could he? Yep. See you, people.
Hello, Dave. Dave. Goedemorgen. Good morning. Nobody out there. It says live to me, so I'm gonna search for the chat. Excuse me, Dave, if you hear this or listen back. After the hangout with Antonio, I decided to go to bed, and I just woke up, and I saw your invite. So, well, thank you. And let me check the channel for the chat. Maybe there is a chat. Not sure. I cannot see how many people are watching, viewing. Everybody sleeping. I don't know. Let me jump to the chat. And yes, I can see the chat. Excuse me. Yes, I can see a lot of chemtrails, Jimbo. I told everybody this morning, whoa, it's going to be a wonderful day, but it's totally overcast. And yesterday there was trailing coming all day long. So it's cloudy. Get on the curry, Vincent. Once you've been sacked, what does that mean? No. Sacked. He's relaxing. He's enjoying his, how do you call it? He's enjoying his free time and editing videos on green screen because, it's been a long time that he did that. And he's got a well-deserved relaxing time. All those hangouts, 8 hours talking, sometimes 6 hours, 8 hours by his own, on his own. Me streaming, other things doing, jumping out, making a video, going back. It's not gonna work if you do a green screen video and all those kind of things. So, don't know what sacked means, but he is relaxing and editing, and well, you will see when he's ready. I will say hello to at least 10 here already. Yeah. Well, even my mother, she knows everything about chemtrails now because I told her. And yes, she told me when you fell asleep, because I'm at my mother's house at this moment. When you went upstairs to sleep, she woke up and she saw a lot of chemtrailing this morning. and even her friends on Facebook and on her social media thing that she got uh, are posting even photos about chemtrails all day. So that's fun. It's not fun because of the chemtrails, but it's fun that a lot of people are waking up and watching in the skies. Hey, Night Angel. Good morning. Is it morning? No, it's already 1:30. Good afternoon. So, for anybody who wants to know, I'm gonna go back to the other house, set up a sundial for tomorrow or the upcoming days and weeks. Yeah, Angel. I saw it. I heard from somebody. I just got a message. Uh, Chemtrailing all morning, UK. I saw that message. Yep. Well, are you doing awakening? I know you're joking, but did you do for a couple of months 24 hours live shows? It takes a lot of time if you want to edit videos. It's impossible. Yeah, just try it for a month. Dave, thank you very much for opening this hangout. I'm gonna do my things, and everybody in chat, see you later. I'm gonna make some videos and editing for Antonio. Peace.
The earth is flat. Living in illusion, the earth is flat. Take some illusion, the earth is flat. Living in illusion, so people don't know what to do. The earth is flat. Living in illusion, the earth is flat. There's an illusion, the earth is flat. Living in illusion, so people don't know what to do.
Okay, we had a problem here. This is Houston, say again, please. Houston, we've had a problem. We've had a maintain bus on a volt. Roger, maintain on a volt. Okay, stand by, 13, we're looking at it. Okay, right now, Houston, the voltage is looking good. And we had a pretty large bang associated with the caution warning there. And as I recall, BP was the one that had
What if the earth is flat? Living in illusion, the earth is flat. Take no solution, the earth is flat. Feel no solution, so people don't know what to do. The earth is flat. Living in illusion, the earth is flat. Take no solution, the earth is flat. Living in illusion, so people don't know what to do. Do it fast. Solution, the earth is flat. Living an illusion, so people don't know what to do. The earth is flat. Living an illusion, the earth is flat. Take no solution, the earth is flat. Living in illusion, so people don't know what to do. The earth is flat. Living in illusion, the earth is flat. Take no solution, the earth is flat. Feel no solution, so people don't know what shot.
Hey, Millennium, did you get your whiskey shot today? Sup? Okay, let me check it out here. There's still somebody. We had got 11 viewers, and I don't see anybody in the chat no more. How is everybody today? Good morning, America. E- How is you doing today? Are those 12 viewers all fell asleep? Oh, Steve, man. I fell asleep at 6 or something in the morning. I woke up and then it was 1. So the real soul, oh, the real, so good, man. I'm gonna set up a permanent one with Antonio, and well, just watch it every day. But I missed it, man. I was in dreamland. Millennium Ghost. Yeah, I need some this. And I'm gonna do a lot of editing today. Not only 3D modeling, but I think I'm gonna make a video too. Maybe I'm gonna do it live for maybe an hour or something. But the rest of the things I cannot do live because I have to render the video. And I promised Mr. Hillbilly, political hillbilly, his some videos, and I promised him to do the 3D modeling. And yeah, still busy. Yes, a Dreamland Solar movie. Exactly, Millennium. Exactly, Mil. What I wanted to say is that we're all busy anyway, and sometimes we need some rest. Oh, good, no problem. And rest, I mean by doing the things that you really like to do, but cannot do if you are streaming. So, yeah, some things I can do when I'm streaming, like that, like I did yesterday with the CGI fake satellite. It was just fun for a couple of minutes, and uh, because I was watching the chat too, sometimes you can see that I stopped the editing or the drawing. Hey, Emil. And then yeah, it takes a little bit longer. But if I only focus on the drawing, let's say for instance, first I draw it with my hand. 5 inch? No, it's 5 centimeters. When I'm ready with let's say for instance I draw already something on paper what I want to make or imagine it in my mind, and I focused only on that. Oh, is that true? Is that only 1/100th of a millimeter shorter? Well, I'm not sure. I don't think that's a real problem. I don't think that's a real problem. I'm not sure how many 5 inches it's. Yeah. Um, well, it's fun to do, and it's fun to do when it's live, and it's. I was drawing it, and if somebody just tell me, "Hey, Vince, I would love to see you." It's like 12 centimeters. Yes. Um, if somebody said, "Hey, Vinny, why don't you draw a um, like say for instance, let me think about something. Hmm, can I see something here that? Oh, just a gun or something, or something in 3D. Just an easy thing, just a thing that you can make. You know, the things that we draw. Oh, Steve, you're funny. Um, yeah, let's say that. Oh, I can draw a sundial, or I mean the sun tracking thing. That's easy. Flat Earth ridden in chemtrails. Um, yeah, that is possible. This is a 3D modeling program. You can make anything you want. That's true, but I need some. Yeah, I got a lot of pictures of chemtrails. Hmm. Flat Earth ridden in chemtrails. That's easy in Photoshop or other programs. This is really to make a 3D model. Um, I was thinking about. Well, it's Sunday, and today we got the Globebusters this evening. Oh yeah, I can do something before that. I can start just for fun drawing something. People in the chat can say, "Hey, please draw this." Well, I can draw something. It's not a problem if you're curious how it looks like, or you got a 3D model. Just make a sketch of. If somebody wants me to make something, um, just sketch it on an A4 or just on a paper, and uh, just show me the picture, or make a photo of it, or give me a short piece of 2D paper. Yeah, there are tons of chemtrails. A ball spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah, yeah. Well, go to NASA's website and ask for the video. They got all the satellites point at the Earth spinning. Yeah, here too, Steve. It's totally overcasted right now, so I don't know what they did this morning, but I heard from my mother and her friends, and it was really bad this morning. Trailing, really large, and they've been watching them in the garden and drinking coffee, and I noticed a couple of days ago, uh, no, weeks ago even, but then nobody was listening really about it or watching the sky. But I told everybody, not everybody, but a couple of people, like for instance, my mother and her friends and the neighbor and some other people, like, hey, watch the sky for a while when you're sitting in the garden and drinking your coffee or maybe your beer or whatever you do, or reading your book. If just lay your book down for a while and just watch the sky. Look what happened if you see a normal airplane going over with um with a normal chemtrail. Chemtrail, how do you say that in English? It just disappear. And some people say, well, it's the difference between uh, any airplane, his altitude. That's not true because I see low and high airplanes, and they're making freaking clouds. Those are not trails anymore. It's a big, big trail. And after that, what I just wanted to tell you is that my mother and the neighbor and her friends were sitting in the garden, relaxing, having coffee, and just talking and watching the sky. And they did it. And they told me, Vinny, after an hour or maybe longer, it was not the trail anymore. It was a total long cloud. It was all layers. It was a big, big, huge, spread out layer. And then I thought, yes, it's not that I want to tell everybody, hey, you have to do this, you have to do that, and you have to believe me. No, I just asked them, just watch the sky. What's on the internet of videos about chemtrailing? Excuse me. Just do it and think about what you think. You don't have to do a real research. Just sit on the earth, watching your own reality, sky. Watch your watch what's happening in real life on earth. And if you want to have questions, go on the internet, search for it. There are a lot of pictures, videos, uh, and people who are investigating it. Um, you can see what they do, and it's very good that some people, even the neighbors and neighbors a couple of houses further away, are watching it. They're sitting in the garden. Hey, Vincent, you're right, man. That's why we got this big, thick layer of dirt every month, every 2 months, 3 months that have to clean up from the windows and from the. It's not desert sand from rain because it's black. Uh, the rooftops from garage black. You can take your finger, take it all, swipe it um, over the rooftop. Your finger is black. It's poison. And they say, well, yeah, oh, well, yeah. Well, you're living maybe close to oil refinery. Yeah, so what? This is not normal. You can see it all. If just sit in just go sit. People who don't believe in those things, just sit in your garden or on the beach or go somewhere else. Just watch them. You can see the difference between an airplane and a spraying plane. I mean, a commercial plane and a spraying plane. They look the same, but watch on or take your camera if you have a camera. Zoom it in, make a video, make a picture, make pictures, upload them, show them, or put them somewhere else on the internet if you don't want to put on your channel. But watch them. It's really sad. This morning was started as a beautiful day. I could see the sun rising. I almost fell asleep, and the sun was rising, and it was full with chemtrails. And now it's layer by layer by layer by layer, layer. I can go on like that, layer, layer, layer of dirt. Of course, there are clouds, but it's dirt. There, dirt. You see, oh, some people cannot even see the difference between it. Me neither. The difference between a real cloud and a chemtrail because you don't know it. You don't know it sometimes. You don't know it anymore. It's sad. Uh, but anyway, We already know that, and I hope a lot of people are gonna see it. Just go to the garden, or to the beach, or open field, nice, relax with your friends, or alone, or your family. Sit there, relax, have a picnic. Just watch the sky for a while, people. Just watch the sky. Look what's happening. Oh, and going back to the 3D modeling, I think I'm gonna set something up, maybe in an hour or something. I'm not sure. I'm going. Well, as I can see, it's really overcasted right now, and sun is gonna break through. Maybe what time is it now? It's 2 o'clock. 14 past 2. I think it's not gonna happen anymore. That the sun is gonna come through, so I cannot enjoy the sun in the garden. But it doesn't matter. I'm gonna do some 3D modeling. Hello, Jonathan, and I'm gonna say everybody. I think Dave Hinkle is sleeping, so if I jump out, you got no sound anymore. So maybe it's better for everyone. Just joking. All right, hey, everybody in the chat, peace, and I will see you when this one is over. Maybe I will start one, and yeah, going to do the nice just for fun the 3D modeling. It's just fun. Peace, Steve, Jeremy, everybody. See ya. And thank you, Dave Hinkle. Thank you very much for the invitation and thanks for starting one. Everybody, have a great day. Peace to everyone.